All right. Good morning, everyone. It's 10 a.m. UTC. Welcome to day 4 of the African Languages Conference. And before we begin, I'd like to say a few words about the African Languages Conference. Um, the African Languages Conference is a global platform dedicated to the advancement, preservation, and innovation of African languages. Established in 2022, AFLC was created to bridge the gap between language policy, technology, and real-world application. Held annually during African Languages Week, it has become a catalyst for language advocacy and innovation. Now in its fourth edition, AFLC has grown into a leading force for linguistic and digital equity. Each year, it brings together scholars, educators, policymakers, and advocates to promote language rights, multilingual education, and digital inclusion. This milestone edition is especially significant as AFLC 2025 marks the first on site gathering hosted at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, alongside its global virtual program. The theme for this year's conference is Harnessing African Languages for Digital Transformation and Social Justice. In 2024, AFLC became a registered nonprofit organization, reinforcing its commitment to promoting African languages and advancing language and digital rights across Africa. Over here, you can see some of our partners. We have Bolingo Consult, we have ALCA, Alkalan, GPI, Stanford University, Gemstones, among others. Welcome to AFLC 2025. Before we begin, please note that interpretation is available. You can access interpretation by clicking on the globe at the bottom of your screen. You can use it to either access interpretation in English or French. Now, a brief introduction of our speaker for this session. Her name is Yuvina Gooden, a deaf customer support specialist at Convo, South Africa, and plays a key role in promoting accessibility and inclusivity for the deaf community, and is dedicated to ensuring seamless communication through Convo's innovation services, fostering a deaf-friendly environment. This session is going to be held in mainly the South African Sign Language, and it will explore how technology transforms accessibility for persons with disabilities, focusing on the deaf community. The title of this session is Instant Access to Communication for the Deaf Community. So I would like to hand the mic over to Yuvina for her to share her presentation. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Yuvina's just okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Nicolene will start with the interpretation.
Oh.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, I'm well. Yes, my name is Yuvini, and I am from Convo, South Africa. It's a deaf-owned and led company, and I'm honored to share this space with you today to discuss topics of deeply personal and incredible importance, the impact of technology and on access for the deaf community. So technology has transformed the impact and also taking away the barriers, and made the journey as being one of both of barriers and breakthroughs for the deaf community. So here is what we will be covering today. We'll start with an introduction to why accessibility matters, then more through how technology has influenced deaf community, communication, Convo's role in breaking through barriers, and the larger impact on digital inclusion. Finally, we'll wrap up with the key takeaways, and then an opportunity for questions and answer and discussions. So for the first step, understanding why accessibility is crucial. Communication is a fundamental human right. Yet the deaf community has long faced barriers to equal access. So for years, deaf individuals has been excluded for many in society due to the lack of accessible communication tools. However, technology and innovation, especially in telecommunication and interpreting services, have changed the landscape. Today, we have platforms like Convo that breach the communication gap, making instant equal access possible between deaf and hearing. So if you look at how technology shaped accessibility for the deaf community, and where do we stand today? Let's take a look at the evolution of accessibility in communication. Person's name, Alexander Graham Bell, in 1876, invented the telephone, a major milestone in communication history. However, for the deaf community, this was not a progress, it was a barrier, because it was more for hearing people, oralism, and have communication for hearing persons. But his wife was deaf, and then also see how that could have helped her to assist with communication. So if you take in history, you see how transformation and communication changed over time. So from 1964, or from 1860, still 1964, we had another person, Robert Wilbur, a deaf psychiatrist. And he then invented the TTY, where you can put the telephone on a device and then signals will be sent through the telephone. Then communication was there for the first time for the deaf community. So it means that technology was then included as 100%? No, it was not. So they still had various innovations, and they still needed to continue with innovations within telecommunications for the deaf community. Legal recognition plays a massive role in accessible over the decades. We've seen landmark and milestones from the founding of the World Federation of the Deaf in 1951, where they recognize of South African Sign Language as a language later on. And then also the International Year for Deaf People, where people are more aware within the global sphere of the community of communication access. So throughout the year, there's more recognition shown, as within America, with the Disability Act, ADA, stating ensuring equal communication rights in the USA. Also, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UNCRPD, recognizing sign language and deaf rights. And also then the United Nations recognizing the International Day of Sign Language as an official recognized language to be celebrated. So slowly but surely, year after year, sign language and deaf communication has been more recognized. And in 2023, the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa then declared South African Sign Language the 12th official language within South Africa. So the deaf community was very excited about that. It didn't happen just in a short span time, but it took some time, lobbying, making awareness, and to make sure that this happens. So this is currently law, so everybody knows that they need to follow these laws. Today we have several technologies that is bridging the gaps, accessibility gaps. So we have video relay services allowing deaf users to sign to an interpreter who voices the message to the hearing person. So the hearing person then will voice the message to the interpreter, and they will then relay it to the deaf community within sign language. We also have text relay services, it's a video remote interpreting, and even QR codes, people who doesn't know how to sign or struggling with speech, so they have various options that they can choose. And thirdly, we have the VRI, the video relay interpreting. It's a more online interpreting service, specifically for in COVID time. We noticed that VRI had a real impact within. I'm sorry about that. Sorry. So Convo had a huge impact on people. Deaf people needed to stay home. They couldn't go out. They couldn't have communication with other deaf people, and they needed to sign. So the VRI was more recognized during that time, and interpreters also then got more involved within that section. So we also have a QR code where you can just scan, and that is now more popular in malls, shopping centers, to have it online, websites, you can use the QR code. We also now involved that. So the deaf people then can also then use the QR code and have an interpreter readily available. The biggest role of technology and accessibility is that we need to make sure that they are linking together. Currently, it's not 100%, and we must make sure that it links properly. For example, a physical interpreter, there's a huge benefit for that. the preparation for a full conference, being there, interpreting there, having breaks, swapping with other interpreters, half-day meetings, that is fine. But if you are looking for an interpreter immediately and you want to have an interpreter immediately available, to get that physical interpreter takes time. It's transport for them to get there. So if we have an interpreter, and you maybe only need the interpreter for 5 minutes, it's got cost implications and so forth, and time implications if you need to get a physical interpreter. So rather with the Convo app, you can have that on immediate effect, and it will benefit. And also both physical and online interpreter, there's both benefits for both of them. So a deaf person can then have access to an interpreter much easier. So if you have a physical interpreter, you need to have a time schedule, know when they have to come, where the place is it a medical sector, is it educational sector, etc. But if you need access and immediate access, one can see how we can change and fit that into the immediate online interpreting. So there's various problems relating to access and challenges to the status quo. So how can we then solve this? So in our approach, it's just not about providing the service, it's also about challenging the status quo. Convo services, relay service, and on-demand interpreting for businesses. Unlike traditional services that require booking in advance, Convo provides instant access to interpreters anytime, anywhere. Convo models instant video-based interpreting, first fast-paced demands of workplace. We can fix what the service is. Do you want this specific service? Providing that service, so we can give you the access on demand on the spot. So you don't have to schedule it and then wait for a meeting to happen, only way in advance. We also would like to show us our customer experience and the role, how they experience Convo. I'm not sure if you guys can hear. So I think it's because the sound on my side is off. Maybe if I can just unmute.
I'm an architect and usually liaise with clients to design houses or offices. I always visit different government departments, including building stores, fire departments, and road departments. So I have to drive for 30 minutes or an hour, depending on traffic. Once I arrive, the clients are often not there, on leave, holidays, or the computer is offline, and some issue like that. Sometimes I just want to find out one thing, have to drive, inquire about one question, then go back home. I use Convo to call the client for the follow-up and find out. It's quick, it totally saves me petrol, tolls, and travel expenses. It made a huge difference. Professional, excellent, brilliant.
Okay, sorry for that. I'm sorry about I've got technology is a bit complicated for me sometimes. So just to show you some businesses and comments from businesses that uses Convo. And since they've used Convo, they feel much more independent. They impact their communication with other people. We also have other companies, various companies that experience Convo through their workplace. And Tulang Setomula is a technical support at Core Group Africa. And he said that he struggled with communication with colleagues, but Convo has opened up the whole new world for him. It hasn't just made the communication easier, it has saved him so much time and stress while allowing his colleagues to see his true potential. Convo has truly been a lifesaver for him. So they could now expect more of him. His experience is much bigger. And then also we have Lynette Victor working at the National Institute for the Deaf. She usually interprets and works, so it's a challenge for her because they need interpreters in very short notice. And arranging the interpreters in that short notice, it's difficult for them. So since Convo is there, their problem's been solved, and they have professional interpreters online 24/7. So they can then also link with their customers. So you can see various of the clients and the problems they had and how it was solved by using Convo South Africa and having the accessibility, making accessibility for communication more equal. So that at the end of the day, the hearing and the deaf can have the same experience. We also have the impact and then the technology and how that changed. The deaf community, the impact we have there, they had various communication barriers, not having an interpreter for short conversations. And the impact is they had to rely on family and friends to assist them to make telephone calls, to give support, or had to write or text and not understanding communication. Now they don't need that anymore. They feel much more independent and control of their own lives and everyday benefit, and do not have to rely on other people. And this feels like if they go to hospital, workplace, educational areas, they can go there independently and smoothly and have their own conversations. There's no information delay. Say, for example, there's a staff meeting and they have to have a very urgent meeting. So now the deaf person is there. Now who's going to interpret for them? So now they need to book an interpreter. They must postpone the meeting and so forth. But how do you solve that? So by using Convo interpreters, now you have the interpreter readily available and they can continue with the meeting. So it doesn't feel to the deaf person that they are excluded within these important meetings and that they are the same level all the time. Looking at how businesses and organizations can ensure accessibility within their organizations, and to make sure that their staff members does not feel excluded. We have various measures and guidelines how to make them aware and be aware of the needs of the deaf community. We are a very deaf-friendly service. You can do basic communication, or we have a text service, message service as well, and sign language support for relay. So maybe the person cannot read English properly, then that can be changed into South African Sign Language, and then to download to see that they do understand, the hearing and the deaf person can understand each other quite well. Secondly, the accessible workplace communication. And we would like to ask businesses that's got deaf customers or deaf staff members to make sure that they include those deaf customers and staff members on a one-to-one basis as well, so that they feel part of the whole experience and not feel excluded. So that at the end of the day gives them more empowerment. Then educate about deaf culture and communication needs of the deaf community. Many people are not aware of the deaf people's communicational needs, the deaf culture, sensitivity issues within the deaf culture, how to approach a deaf person. So by having an interpreter on Convo, they can have this more easily, having these discussions, and I'm sure many times people will go to a deaf person and want to communicate with them, but they're not quite sure how to do it, and then rather just leave it. That's also an educational and awareness tool, and training, and it takes time for everybody to be more comfortable with each other, know how to use the service, and then learn from each other. And then lastly, investing in accessible and inclusive technology. This is very important because businesses has got various people that they work with. And if those people do not have access to the business, then the business will reduce. So within these four, so seeing that maybe it's difficult, it's not a difficult process, but it's a different process. We can just wait for the interpreters just to swap for a second, just a moment.
I'm just trying to get the new screen to go. All right. So here, basically, we want to see the global numbers, basically, to see what we have done. Now, through the access given by technology, we're trying to do the right things. But the business really have recognized that they can actually grow through using these technology services, because it's true that technology has given access to a lot of deaf people. So businesses can also tap into that market, whereby at the moment deaf people are going through a number of barriers, because maybe some of them can't communicate, they can't use sign language or English. That is a serious barrier. Or others are from a different background, different places, which really becomes a barrier. Like, for example, going for taxes, or going to SARS or government buildings, those become challenges. Those become barriers, and through technology, we then gain access. So these are some of the stats, and we know, colleagues, numbers don't lie. So as you can see, so businesses can really tap into this market of deaf clients by looking at these targets, because at the moment no one is really servicing this market. So about 75% of market can be then tapped into, whereby businesses can really gain revenue by tapping into this market, and employing and empowering these deaf individuals or deaf people. And the potential missed income here is about 190.5 billion rands that could be gained by businesses. And if you really look into the different women, Black people, and different races we have in the community, that could really increase the business revenues. If the business could tap into this, and it's about 28% of revenue that is basically missed. So by focusing on this group, really, this would assist the businesses and give them opportunities to grow. Because at the moment, all of these numbers are being wasted or lost. So take for example. So interpreter's mistake. So there are different markets that businesses could really go into and tap on this market. So that's why really coming up with Convo, with this relay services, we have different customers and clients here, and Convo is really aimed at making sure that our customers are safe, our customers are happy, making sure that really we're getting more and more clients in our platform. So really the goal is making sure that the service improves and we give quality service to our clients. So now with Convo, our goal is to recognize that gap and close that gap, and making sure that our customers are served loyally and truthfully, and in then improving this gap. So this means that we're not only focusing on this, but really businesses could come join us, and we move forward. That would be a smart decision. And again, looking back, looking at the present and looking at the future, we're quite excited to bring in new technology, and through that bring in access for the deaf people. Now, you see, technology is more like a matching tool, which we can then use to really make everyone equal and give access to everyone. Now, obviously, with businesses, they can definitely, use this technology. For example, now we're having AI. We're looking into using that. You could perhaps look into how that is used in a movie called Echo. Let me just show you a bit of that. Here's a clip of the movie. Can you hear the sound? All right, let me just work on the sound.
We please talk.
Oh,
If But it's important that we could communicate with no go-between. Like we used to. All you have to do is come home with me.
so as you can see, we've been now trying to incorporate AI into these languages. As you can see, she can, and the lady is deaf, she cannot speak, but using technology like AI then gives an opportunity to use the technology for them to speak in terms of using the technology. So if the other party cannot sign properly and the other one cannot speak, now through technology, we can then match the two individuals and fasten the communication between the two of them, which is very important, colleagues. So for example, let's say you want to learn French, you want to learn a specific language, you want to go to a specific country, or China, or whatever language basically that you would like to learn. So with these opportunities now, that means we can quickly learn these languages through technology. So with sign language, it's a similar way. Sign language has its own grammar, it basically has its own language and its own structure. So one can, learn this language, and through Convo, we then provide very high quality interpreters. And as you learn the language, you can then communicate through interpreter. And we have a lot of goals, as we showed you, through using AI and other technologies to really improve our services. And as you can see here, through the QR code, we then having services whereby you can scan. As you can see, using a camera, you can then scan the QR code, which will then give you access. Let me just store it so that you can see. I'm now scanning the QR code. Now it's taking me to an interpreter. Now it is taking you to the Convo website. So we're just waiting for an interpreter then to. So it will take a. So as you can see, we then have an interpreter now. Hello, hello. Hi. I'm just in a conference now trying to show how this service works. This is our interpreter there. So really the interpreter is there and ready. So if you're done using the service, you can then hang up. Then you press the red button. Then you're done. That's it. That's it. You see, this is like less than 5 minutes, and an instant service, really. Yeah, you need the service, you get it immediately. So basically, you then get access everywhere you go. So this is our global goal, really. Having these green QR codes everywhere, so that deaf people can have access everywhere. This is what we're working towards. So in wrapping up, really, technology has been amazing. Technology has been amazing, and it has been revolutionizing and changing the world. And that has been affecting the deaf community in a positive way. So all of us then can then benefit, as the hearing people benefit from technology. Our goal is to have deaf people also benefit from technology. And Convo has recognized the need and is bringing us the tool to assist us, especially for businesses. You know, businesses can then use this tool of Convo in closing the gap. And really, colleagues, technology is a tool that we can use for access and communication. And with all of these tools, we can then bridge the gap with just one goal, the goal of having communication and access for everyone. Yes, that's it. Thank you. So these are our contact details. If you'd like to contact us for more information, please feel free on the following details. Are there any questions? I'm excited to accept your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Yuvana, for the insightful presentation. Truly, technology is a tool that we can use to bridge the gap when it comes to communication in various forms and in various ways. Thank you very much once again. Now the Q&A session is open. If anyone has any questions, they have any suggestions, anything they'd like to add, the floor is open now. You can share all your questions and Yuvina will answer them as best as possible. Thank you.
I'm not sure if maybe your colleagues feel overwhelmed by all of this information.
Yes, currently there doesn't seem to be any questions. There are no questions have come in yet. If anyone has any questions, if you want to take the floor, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and I will unmute you so you can share your questions. Okay. Okay. There still don't seem to be any questions. Well, in any case, I think Convo is truly revolutionizing the industry. I mean, I had no idea technology like that existed. So this has really been eye-opening, basically. And I believe that as more and more of such technologies are evolving, they're growing, and they're being adapted all around the world, it would make communication with persons with hearing disabilities much easier, much more convenient going forward. So thank you once again, Yuvina. There don't seem to be any questions, but thank you. I know people will reflect and hopefully they have questions that they can reach back to you with. All right.
So much appreciated to be part of this. And I hope that you enjoyed looking at the presentation and also thinking on how we can work together in future so that we can have this access to the deaf community, not only looking technology-wise, but also accessibility-wise, and to be equal with our counterparts.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much once again, Yuvina. I think we can introduce the next speaker. So, one second. All right. So the next speaker is going to be Fauzia Vandelu. I'm not sure if I got that right, but if not, please forgive me. She is going to be presenting on embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) in Africa's linguistic landscape. This session will explore the significance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Africa, particularly in relation to language and cultural expression. The session will be in Hausa and English, and as always, interpretation will be available. All you need to do is click on the globe at the bottom of your screen and select your preferred language. Fauzia is an experienced DI practitioner with expertise spanning across technology, consulting, and software and sportswear industries. Fauzia, if you're here, could you unmute your mic? If she's here. Okay. Fauzia doesn't seem to be here yet. So I guess in the meantime, the chat room is open and you can, mingle, get to know each other, network basically. And once Fauzia is online and available, we will begin the next session. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes. All right. Hello once again, everybody. Welcome back. Before we begin the next session, which is in 5 minutes, I'd like to inform all of you that there are going to be four other sessions during the day. We are going to be having a presentation from Precious Augustine on protest poetry in Anan, a case study of Ariwe women. Again, I hope I didn't butcher that. We also have another panel discussion with Oluwanifesimi and June, who will be speaking on enhancing learning via Nigerian languages, closing gaps digitally. We're also going to be having sessions with Jordan Williams, who will be presenting on Insibidi revitalization, pluralism, and pedagogy. And last but not least, we are going to have a keynote panel session with Emery Varol, Dr. Di Yang, Ming Fei Lai, and Simone Chawe, who will be speaking on digital inclusion in the 21st century, opportunities and challenges. They will also be joined by the co-founders of AFLC, Adina Maran Koulibaly and Avishta. Once again, we will be beginning the next session in about 4 minutes. Our speaker is here to give a brief introduction once again. She is an experienced DEI practitioner with expertise spanning across technology, consulting, and sportswear industries. This session will explore the significance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Africa, particularly in relation to language and cultural expression. This session will be held in English and Hausa, with the option of interpretation still available. Once again, you can click on the globe at the bottom of your screen and choose your preferred language. Thank you very much. All right, it's 11 o'clock on the hour. Fauzia Vandelu, I thank you for joining us. The mic is over to you. You can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you. Fauzia, can you hear me?
Okay, Mary, can I start?
Yes. Hi. We can hear and see you now.
Great,
Great.
perfect. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone in Alquina. My name is Fozia Vanderloo, and I'm dialing in from Switzerland, in Zurich specifically. So I will be speaking to you all today about diversity and inclusion and embracing that linguistic complexity across Africa. Thank you for your patience as we were getting ready. As you know, with these things, there's always the issue of technical issues. So if you'll just bear with me 1 second whilst I share my screen with you all. Okay, can you all see my screen? Perfect. Okay, so as you all know, this session will also be in a combination of English and Hausa. It looks like my screen is still not sharing, so bear with me 1 second, please. Is it working now? Can you all see my screen? Mary, could you just confirm, please?
Yes. We can see your screen, but it's showing us Zoom settings, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me try again and see if it changes anything. Is it still the Zoom settings?
It's gone now. We can't see your screen.
Okay. If you give me 2 seconds. Okay, let's try this and see. No, it doesn't seem to be working. So apologies everyone for the slight delay.
We could actually see the presentation for a minute there.
Okay. Let's try again. Okay. Now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. Nothing like a bit of panic to wake us all up this morning. So yes, as I said, I will be presenting on embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, D&I within Africa's linguistic landscape. So do you still see the screen?
Yes, but I think it's in presenter view now.
Okay, all right. Give me 1 second. Is it minimized now?
Yes.
Okay, so you can basically see everything.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can see my notes, and there I was thinking I'd be able to share with you all and impress you all with just off the top of my head. So if you give me 2 seconds, I'll just get my notes up a different way. I hope, Mary, I'm not the only person to have such awful technical issues.
No, not at all.
Okay, good to know. Okay, let's see if I can access my notes. Okay, I can't seem to access my notes, so I guess we're just going to go through it. And if it means you see my notes, you see my notes, and hopefully it means that you see all the effort and the work that went into putting this together. So I'll just jump straight into it, and then we can discuss the agenda for today. So, as mentioned also at the beginning of this, I will be presenting in Hausa and in English. So I'll switch to Hausa very briefly to introduce again. So, ina kwanan ku, kamar yadda na faɗa a farin presentation ɗin sunana Fauzia Vandalu. And yau zan muku magana akan embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion a cikin Africa, cikin ƙasashen Africa. Da kuma yadda ake tunanin yarurrukan Africa. I'm sure za ku ji yadda nake Hausa na ba kamar jakar Kano bane in ji yadda mama na ke faɗa. Actually, this is first time ina da nake magana da Hausa in a professional or presenting setting. So kuɗan mun haƙuri idan Hausan bai fito raɗaɗau ba. So kafin na fara ainihin shi presentation ɗin, zan ɗan gaya muku why ni da kuma me yasa nake muku magana yau. So an haife ni a Nigeria a Zaria, Kaduna State, amma da nake ƙarama irin kaman kafin ma na cika shekara 7 muka moving to ƙasan waje, Ingila. So kusan duka rayuwa na taso a Ingila. And dalilin da yasa nake wannan magana nake gaya muku haka is because in nayi tunanin yanda na taso kusan duka rayuwa na Hausa da nake yi is ko a cikin gida da iyaye na shikenan ban taɓa Hausa outside of family ɗina ba irin iyali na ko kuma a professional setting ko a stage haka. So kamar yadda na ce ku dakata da ni zan yi ƙoƙari na majority of maganan da Hausa amma kamar yadda kuka ji ina haɗawa da ɗan Turanci. So I'll switch to English and I'll go through the agenda very quickly. So the outline for today. So we'll be going through a bit of an introduction on embracing diversity and inclusion itself, what that means, and then also understanding Africa's diversity as a whole, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and language, and just that intersection and critical intersection and what that means. So Yandasiki Hadawa. And then DEI, so when I say DEI, I'm always referring to diversity, equity, and inclusion as a catalyst for innovation and growth. And then some practical strategies as well for how we can promote DEI, conclusion. And then if we have some time, I know we're already running a bit late, but if we have some time for any questions or contributions from the audience. So as I shared, I will be switching in between the 2 languages, so hopefully it works for everyone. And yeah, I hope this will be an interesting session for you all. So, in just setting, I guess, our objective for today, as I'm sure many of you maybe know, Africa is home to over 2,000 languages, and each carrying this kind of unique cultural and historical significance. But then language itself can also be a barrier. I'm sure many of us have encountered situations where language prevented access to essential services or opportunities, So hopefully we can unpack this further. Na tunanin kaina, kuma yanzu maganan da nake ina yi da Hausa, amma Hausa na ina ɗan jin ɗan kunya. Din ban taɓa magana haka ba irin akan ƙaton stage haka, kuma presenting akan babban topic. So ina fata most mutane da ke cikin wannan maganan su ma sun taɓa jin haka, kuma irin akwai irin kaman barrier na shi magana. So speaking of myself, I'm an experienced DEI practitioner, as Mary very kindly shared with you all. My expertise spans across technology, consulting, and sportswear industries, and I've been in this space for close to a decade now. And as currently the Global Diversity and Inclusion Lead at On, a sportswear company, some of you might have seen some of our stuff. I lead the overall diversity and inclusion strategy, engagement and scale of global programs for business functions, and also we call them inclusion groups. So thinking of Africa as well, the rich diversity is not just within language, but also landscapes, cultures, and it really is a powerful asset for growth, which I've seen firsthand, how that's been embraced, but also in this session, we'll really explore the significance of diversity, equity, and inclusion, particularly how it relates to language and cultural expression. So hopefully drawing on the experience that I've had over the decades across multiple industries, I'll hopefully be able to share with you and show how DEI can unlock transformative opportunities for governments, businesses, and individuals as well. And hopefully we can explore how we can embrace diversity and inclusive practices and position Africa truly as a global leader in DEI. And switching to Hausa, in aka ce diversity, equity, and inclusion, kuma tunanin da I'm sure most mutane ke yi shine me wannan, me wasu ba su taɓa jin haka ba, ban aka ce diversity shine bambanci. Dukanmu na da bambanci daga yarukan da muke yi, daga inda muka fito, daga yanda fatan jikinmu, yanda muke tunani, so many abubuwa shine bambancin da muke da shi. Kuma ba abin shakka ne, ba abin da za a ɓoye ba ne ko a ce abin ba kyau. Dukanmu na da bambanci. Idan aka ce inclusion shine yanda ake haɗa abubuwa. So duk bambancin da muke da shi, fiye da bambanci ɗin akwai abubuwa da ke kawo mu haɗa kai. So in aka haɗa diversity ɗin da inclusion shine wannan diversity and inclusion policies da mutane ke faɗa da abin da nake bayani akai yau. So we will now talk about understanding Africa's diversity. So hopefully we can talk about the importance of D&I within the African context, and you'll be able to gain this understanding and insight into the unique role of diversity and inclusion within Africa's cultural and linguistic landscape. So when we think about the linguistic diversity, Africa is, as we all know, a multilingual reality, from major lingua francas such as Swahili, Hausa, Amharic, all across the continent, to indigenous and even endangered languages. I can even share personally, yes, I speak Hausa. To what extent, I'll leave that to you to judge. But that actually isn't my official mother tongue. So the tribe, if you like, that my family is from is actually Fulani, but I don't speak Fulani. And I think it's actually one of the languages, especially within Nigeria, that maybe isn't so pronounced. So it's just kind of this understanding of why it's really important to embrace the diversity that exists. And then when we think about the power of language as well, so things such as the legacy of colonialism and that versus indigenous languages in governance, education, and commerce. So when we think about it, in a lot of African countries, historically, it's always been a focus on the languages being used are languages from typically colonial past in a lot of countries. So the idea here with this particular topic is to really encourage embracing the different languages that we have and how we can intertwine that across the continent. And then when we think about equity, so how can language barriers actually reinforce socioeconomic disparities? So for example, access to these public services, employment, political participation. In our Pama, ina fata kuna ganin irin a ƙasashen ku yanda yanda irin inda mutane suka fito yanda yake influencing irin abubuwan da za su iya yi daga education, su karatu, daga irin aikin da mutane za su iya yi. So cikin wannan labarin ko cikin wannan maganan da nake yi, hopefully zai nuna muku yanda languages da kuma yanda in aka focusing akan bambancin da ake da shi da kuma haɗa kai ɗin yanda ya taimake mutane, so a cire barriers ɗin. And then cultural expression and identity. So really the role of language in storytelling, oral traditions. We know Africa has a rich oral tradition history, and also digital media. So in the world that we're in now, AI is obviously a very big topic, but then how we can really embrace this digital transformation that's happening globally. So Africa's linguistic diversity really is a very complex source of richness. And when we think about major languages like Swahili and Hausa, for example, that connect millions, smaller indigenous languages often struggle for survival. So what happens when a language fades away? And essentially a whole cultural heritage can be lost. So I gave the example earlier of yanda ina jin Hausa, ina magana da Hausa, amma family na Fulani ne, amma ban iya Fulatanci ba. So kun ga yanda abin ke nuna kanshi. Don Hausa nake ji, so na tashi ina kallon kaman ko film, zan kalli Kannywood, zan kalli Hausa films. In na ce wai zan kalli abun Fulatanci, ban iya ba, ba na ganewa ba. So abin da is heritage dina, ban sani ba. Ko kuma irin ina ɗan kame ne na gane, okay, ko na duba online, but then aka ce kaman Fulani, akwai Fulani ƙasashe da yawa, akwai Fulani a Guinea, a Mali, a Gambia, amma sunasu al'adunsu daban ne da kaman Fulanin Nigeria. Akwai irin similarities, amma akwai bambanci. So wannan na nuna importance na yarurruka da kuma irin an embracing and enhancing yarurruka yanda yake sa cultures su ci gaba da zama. And then when we speak about power in language and how language isn't neutral, it reflects historical power dynamics. Colonial languages, for example, still dominate, as we said, in governance, in education, and in business. For me personally, I have always presented. I'm actually, I think, a very competent presenter, and I really enjoy facilitating and presenting, but it's always been in English. And so that's been my comfort. But of course, the reason for that is, again, that historical context and background. And so in switching to Hausa, for example, which I try to do, or I speak Hausa more confidently and more comfortably with my parents or family, it means when it comes to speaking in a professional setting, I don't have that comfort level. So it's really important to be mindful of that and how that kind of plays a part. And again, those power dynamics. So then when we think about, for example, in politics, some of our leaders where maybe they're still operating in these, former colonial languages, does it create a barrier as to how they can really show up? Does it also create a barrier as to how they're perceived and their confidence? And so if we want equitable development, we must address these linguistic imbalances that limit opportunities. And later on, time permitting, I'll obviously share as well, where some countries have actually embraced, their local languages and how it hasn't inhibited their potential and also how they've been able to progress. And then when we think about equality and those kind of considerations as well, so many African children, as I've touched on, start school in a language they don't speak at home. And so imagine the impact this has on their education. I've had the privilege, if you like, or the benefit of, yes, I speak Hausa with my family, but I've grown up in the West, predominantly in the English-speaking West. And so it hasn't been this big barrier to me. If I were to now go into a predominantly Hausa-speaking space and try to operate professionally there, I'm sure I would struggle tremendously. And so we need policies that support mother tongue instruction while ensuring access to global languages as well. There are so many countries I'm sure you can think of that do this and show how they've been able to progress, and it hasn't hindered their opportunities for their people. And then cultural expression and identity. Language is truly deeply tied to cultural identity. Oral traditions, storytelling, and even social norms are preserved through language. If we fail to protect linguistic diversity, we risk at least losing the entire ways of thinking. So again, if I refer back to myself, it was very intentional that I'm dressed the way that I'm dressed today. I know I'd say 70% of this presentation is probably in English because that's my comfort level, but I'm actively trying to speak in Hausa still. So shi yasa na sa kayan gida, shi yasa na yi lullubi na ɗaura ɗan kwali, na sa gyale da masu jewelry duk na irin channeling abin da nake tunani in na tuna Nigeria, in na tuna Hausa ko culture Arewa. And importance din shine idan da ce yanzu na zo na sa kayan turawa, na sa ko shirt da wando ko da skirt ko irin dress haka, ina gani ba zan je irin shakkan na yi magana da Hausa ba, ko kuma irin ba zai zo min so naturally ba. A yanzu haka yanda na sa kaya, ina dan kame da Hausa na, amma din kayan da na sa ya sa ni na je confidence din. In kuma ya sa ni ina so ma na ci gaba da Hausa. Oh, did someone have a comment? Okay, I'll carry on. Okay, and then so when we look at now the critical intersection between D&I and language. So when we speak about diversity, it truly means celebrating all the languages, not just the dominant ones. I know I've referenced Swahili and Hausa, but also how do we ensure every voice is heard in multilingual societies? I think this conference that so many of you are dialed into is a really good example of that. The fact that, for example, for the first time ever, this is being done on a hybrid level. We know that Africa has a huge diaspora population, so this also gives that access as well. So people are able to dial in. And then also the fact that in person in Port Harcourt, we have people watching live, and then we also have this hybrid setting as well. So that gives that access. And then when we speak about the linguistic element, we also have the fact that we have interpreters and we have interpretation options digitally, but then we also have live interpreters too. So these are the things that we can offer or we can do to ensure that the diversity is still embraced, but then also everyone really can show up and ensure that we have multilingual opportunities across societies. And then equity, when we speak about that, it's a key thing I want to point out. When we often hear equity, I think people think of equality. They're two very different things. Equality is essentially giving everyone the exact same thing at the exact same time, and it's a one-size-fits-all approach. That often doesn't work. Equity is really looking at what do people need at what particular time, and how do you give them that in order to ensure that they're able to achieve the end desired result. So language equity means providing those resources and the opportunities regardless of the language someone speaks. Governments and businesses often, should adapt policies to reflect this. And then also when we think about, for example, in legal systems, so are we ensuring that there is, that access to languages for everyone and employment opportunities too? And then on the inclusion piece, that means that removing of barriers. So for example, do people have access to essential services in their native language? Can they fully participate in civic life? These are the critical DEI questions. I think about where I live as well. So I live in Switzerland, and Switzerland has 4 official tribes, if you like, or languages. So that's French, German, Italian, and another one, lesser known, Romansh. And so typically what you see is in most places, 3 out of the 4. So there's an inclusion and equity issue there as well. But typically you'll see most communication in Switzerland will be in those 3 languages. So if I receive a letter, it will often be either in the dominant language of the part that you live in, but there will also be at least French or Italian or both. In road signs, again, you'll see that official documentation, you will often see all 3 languages listed. So that is an example of, yes, it's not 100% perfect, but it's an example of how that equity and inclusion is being applied, even on a governmental basis. I do understand and appreciate across most African countries, they have more than 3 or 4 official languages. I think of Nigeria, for example, it's in the hundreds. So, of course, I don't think there's enough paper in the world to have letters and documentation in all those languages, but maybe it's regional. So when we think about, for example, Arewa, is it that, you know, in English, in Hausa, in Pulatanchi, in Kanuri, there are options, and you can see based on the region what the major or the majority population is and how you can access them. And there have been multiple case studies of how countries, especially in Africa, have done this, and how they have these multilingual policies that really offer insights into balancing inclusivity. If you're curious, you can, you know, Google it in your own time. So South Africa have definitely done that. Rwanda as well. I think Rwanda is a really interesting case study on just the development, if you like, of an African nation that's been through so much. But Rwanda's language shift shows that power again of linguistic policy choices, and just thinking about what we can learn from these examples. So DEI itself is a catalyst for innovation and growth. So there are 3 key areas that I think DEI can really have an impact and really be that catalyst for. So first is economic empowerment. So when we think about how multilingualism can actually unlock new markets and trade opportunities. In Naitanan Hausa, it was actually lokacin da nake shiryawa ne wannan presentation din sai na ce, na san akwai Hausa a Nigeria, na san kuma akwai Hausa a Ghana, na taɓa jin Hausan Ghana, amma da Niger, na san Niger kuma akwai Hausa, amma akwai ƙasashe wanda su ma suna jin Hausa. So sai na fara duba, na fara bincike. Cikin binciken sai na gani actually akwai ƙasashe har Eritrea, akwai Hausawa, har Saudi, akwai Hausawiya ake kiransu, kuma sun daɗe a wurin. Akwai Hausa a Mauritania, akwai Hausa a wasu tribes ko mutanen Libya. So akwai Hausa a ƙasashe da yawa. And in ake tunanin irin economic empowerment, da dalilin da na kawo wannan example din shine da a ce na zauna ina tunanin ke Hausa kawai a Nigeria ne ko kuma a Niger da Ghana shikenan. So access to economic opportunities would be limited to wannan ƙasashen guda uku. Amma cikin bincike da na samu na gani sai na ga akwai Hausa a ƙasashe da yawa. So in aka yi wannan tunanin, so abin da yake nunawa shine opportunity din da yake fiddawa shine across all these ƙasashe za a iya samun opportunities maybe for trade, opportunities for business, opportunities for language exchange. Don suna jin Hausa amma Hausansu akwai ɗan bambanci kaɗan, amma ana iya gane juna. And then kuma in aka yi tunanin sana'ar mutane, again, haɗin kai na su wannan yarurrukan, so kaman Hausa yana fidda opportunities wanda mutane su samu a yi kaman sana'a ko kuma irin a exchange na shi yaren, oral history, the tradition, da su tarihi duk za a iya haɗawa, kuma really a gane, okay, me culture ɗin Hausawa, me culture ɗin Swahili, me culture ɗin Inyamure, Yarbawa, all these abubuwa. And then when we think of technology and language, a very big topic obviously is AI and natural language processing, and the impact this has on really bridging linguistic gaps. So for example, translation apps, voice recognition, da na aiki a Google, and cikin wani project ɗin da na taɓa aiki a kai shine Google Translate. So suka aikin da na yi shine translating Turanci zuwa Hausa da kuma Hausa zuwa Turanci. Sun tambaye ni na yi Fulatanci amma kamar yadda na faɗa ban iya ba, so sai dai na kalla kawai na ce. So yeah, the idea here is that using technology as well can really help act as a bridge, and it can also enhance and really develop what we talk about when we speak of, equity and inclusion. And it also means it provides greater access. I've tried, even in my personal time, to see, I want to learn Fulani. How can I do that? And technology has really been a really good tool to at least guide me or put me on the right path to finding these things. So again, the importance there also of kind of that local language content within digital spaces, but then also the exposure that it can give. And they truly are breaking language barriers, but there is, of course, lots of work to do. And this is why it's so important when we embrace the diversity of the languages we have, that we can really remain present in underrepresented digital spaces, and we can really have an impact to change and make it more accessible. And then when we think about education and workforce development, so when people learn in their native language, they thrive. I often wonder if maybe I had learnt in Hausa or Fulani, what would be the impact? Would I still be able to communicate the way that I do now in English? Would I still be able to think the way that I do, now in English? There's definitely, I'd say, a delay, or there's definitely a hesitation when it comes to when I do want to communicate in Hausa. Outside of my parents, it's my parents, so I'm very comfortable. I make mistakes. I can give an example, actually, in preparing for this presentation. I kept mixing the word kasashe with kasasua, because the singular for kasashe is kasa. And for some reason, I think my brain, maybe it was thinking in English, associated the plural with kasasua. So when I was speaking to my parents, I kept saying kasasua, kasasua, until eventually my dad had to say to me, what's this? Stop. So again, it really is that importance of when you learn in your native language, the impact it can have and how you can communicate. How many of you have had instances where, or you've come across people where they've said, I'm really smart in my native tongue, or I can communicate better, but there's a frustration as well in not being to truly express yourself. And I can say I 100% acknowledge and can understand that, because for me today, I love this topic. I think it's so important, but because of the limitations of my Hausa, it means I feel that frustration of being able to really communicate it in a way that lands, but hopefully it does come across. And then when we think about bridging the gap as well between indigenous knowledge and modern innovation, as we know, we live in a very modern world, and Africa actually has the youngest population in the world. And it's also very tech savvy. We see actually a lot of big, tech companies are not only coming into Africa, but a lot of tech innovation is coming out of Africa. So tech in Africa goes very much hand in hand. And so how do we bridge that gap? How do we bring that indigenous knowledge to this modern world that we're living in, and so that we don't get left behind? So these are the kind of things that I think, these three topics that if we really focus on and take that D&I lens, can really have a profound impact. Okay, I think we're doing okay for time. So here are some practical strategies that I've proposed that I think could potentially help. So when we think about how we can promote D&I, so policy and advocacy, definitely starting from the top. So encouraging multilingual policies in education, in governance, in corporate sectors. That's where you can really see it then has a trickle-down effect. I'm sure if you've been keeping up with the news, we see that in other parts of the world. We see the things that are happening, for example, in the US. That's a clear example of governance changes and the trickle-down effect it's having on multiple different sectors, and how companies, for example, are doing about turns and changing their policies. And same with education. So really, governments should develop these policies that support linguistic diversity, but then the advocacy truly starts with us. So how do we push for these changes in our own spaces? How do we show the value add? So as I mentioned, when we think about governments, what's important to them, maintaining the peace. I'm not a politician myself. I have my family, but Essentially, the idea here is what kind of things can help enhance, a political climate. So through, as I mentioned before, when I was preparing for this, kasashen da ke jin Hausa. Idan muke tunanin ya za a haɗa kai da su, ya za a yi irin policies irin across aka yi tunanin shi continent in Africa, yanda za a haɗa kai, yanda za a yi irin changing policies wanda zai taimaki ƙasashen. And then technology and innovation. So really investing in African language AI, digital translation tools, inclusive content creation. Content creation is very big. Again, it's very topical for the very young population that, exists in Africa. So are we seeing content that is being made available in people's language? Or are we making it cool or trendy for people to provide content in their own native languages? The tools are there to have the translation, so why not encourage the content to be in local languages? Local innovators are making strides, so look out for it. So maybe next time you're going on your social media, have a look and see, type in whatever it is, content you want to look up, but in the language. So on again, sharing personally, I love to cook. I also really love to cook, especially when I'm homesick. My northern Nigerian food, my favorite is actually miyan taushe. So when I do look for, maybe like recipes, or I'm trying to just remember, or is there something I can add, I'll often go on YouTube and then I'll find specifically Arewa content, and I'll find it will be in Hausa. So I can either listen along or I can read. And again, it really helps. And again, it's that thing of, as we touched on, the continuation of really ensuring cultures are maintained. And community engagement. So thinking about grassroots movements. So really, on the ground, how are we engaging and preserving Indigenous languages or just native languages as a whole? And what role can community leaders, educators, and media play in preserving and promoting linguistic diversity? Again, Africa has such a rich and complex history where we know that, before the colonial changes, we had multiple tribes that existed as they were and governed themselves. And in some places they still have these like local leaders or like local community leader structures. So how are we embracing that? How are we enhancing that to go alongside the governance and the policies that we have now? How are we uplifting that? How are we ensuring that it's not just something that, in a village somewhere that we're forgetting, but we're really encouraging as well? And then business and workplace practices. So encouraging that linguistic diversity in recruiting and training, workplace communication. Studies have shown time and time again, multilingual workplaces are more inclusive and productive. Many organizations, the one I work in, for example, we have multiple nationalities. That's always been my experience throughout my working history. And so simple changes like, for example, translation services or multilingual hiring really make a big difference, or even access to languages. So I'm in the German-speaking part of Switzerland. One of the things that I have access to is German language lessons. So again, things like this. But when we think about it within the context of Africa, do we offer maybe, language training or even language groups? Do we have people who are passionate about their languages, who want to share with others? Having kind of access to that as well. And again, it can be that grassroots effort too. So we can see how all these things are interconnected as well. So when I think about how we can wrap up, this obviously is a very big topic and can be discussed for years. I've been doing it for 10 years. So, but hopefully this gives you a bit of a taste, or at least it helps when we think about D&I. I think oftentimes D&I in Africa, majority of the time gets overlooked. People don't think, there is no D&I issue in Africa, but it really truly is, just like the continent, very complex. And so hopefully you can walk away from this session with an understanding of the impact of D&I in Africa's landscape. My call to action to you all is really encouraging you to drive that change within your spheres of influence, no matter how small or big. We all have to start somewhere. And then really keeping in mind, Africa truly is a global DEI leader. There is so much potential to shape inclusive language policies worldwide. It just takes that first step that needs to be taken. And it truly is central to D&I technology and can really drive that change. And we really have a role in promoting that linguistic inclusion. And with Africa's linguistic richness, it really can set the global standard for inclusive language policies. So I truly encourage everyone here to lead the way. We have a bit of time, so open to questions. I know that was majority English. I did my best to try and ensure I incorporated the Hausa, but happy to, if there are any live questions, English, Hausa, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fazia, for the presentation. It was very informative and also enlightening. It brought to us a bit of more understanding of what DEI is. I'm pretty sure most of us have heard DEI over the past year, especially in the American landscape. And I also believe that some of us don't even know what it is or why it's important and why some people are fighting for it. So I think your presentation has brought a bit more insight, shared as much information as possible for people to digest and hopefully reflect, and it would impact their lives professionally, personally, going forward as well. Thank you very much once again. Um, I see Mulu's hand is up. Do you have any questions? Are there any questions? If you have a question, you can either drop it in the chat box or the Q&A tab, or you can also raise your hand and we could give you the floor to ask the question. Um, any questions, please? Okay, a lot of people are sending hearts and applause, telling you how much they love the presentation as well. But um, it seems there aren't any questions at the moment. Yeah,
That's
that
fine. Thank you, Nagori, all of you for listening to me. And I did see a comment, someone said they served in Bochi and they remember Kadang Kadang. So, yes, so feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn if anything comes to mind, any thoughts, any questions, or if you would love to explore the topic a bit more. Thank you, everyone.
all right. Thank you very much, Fauzia Vandelu. We appreciate you coming here to share your insights on the DEI situation, and hopefully we are able to connect, share, and also learn more going forward. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Enjoy the rest of the conference and thank you all. Bye.
You too. Bye. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us for that session. The next session is going to be by um, Precious Augustine, and it's going to be from 12 p.m. UTC to 12:50 p.m. UTC. Between now and then, as always, the room is open. You can network in the chats, have conversations, meet new people, and also share your thoughts um, about the conference, about the session you just heard about. Thank you very much, and we will see you in a few minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Oh, this is afternoon. Please permit me to use Anan language intermittently. And by the grace of God, I am going to try to interpret, to the benefit of those that don't understand Anan language. Okay, so please give.
Hello, Precious.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you can hear me correctly.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. Please close the door.
You say you don't know like ACM. All right.
I guess we can actually start our session. So good morning, afternoon, evening, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, scholars, policymakers, and language advocates. It is my honor to welcome you to African Language Conference 2025. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend my warmest greeting to each one of you, recognizing the presence of our distinguished guests, leaders, participants who have gathered here virtually. My name is Miriam Oingawie, and I am delighted to serve as a moderator for this session. It is a privilege to be part of this transformative platform that champions African languages to linguistic rights and digital inclusion. I would like to share a slide. So African Language Conference is a global platform dedicated to advancement, preservation, and innovation of African languages. Established in 2022, AFLC was created to bridge the gap between language policy, technology, and real-world application. Held annually during African Language Week, it has become a catalyst for language advocacy and innovation. Now in its fourth edition, AFLC has grown into a leading force for linguistic and digital equity. Each year, it brings together scholars, educators, and policymakers and advocates to promote language rights, multilingual education, and digital inclusion. So this milestone edition is especially significant as AFLC 2025 marks the first on-site gathering hosted at University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, alongside its global program. Taking place from February 21st to 28th, AFLC 2025 explores a theme that goes harnessing African languages for digital transformation and social justice with 1,500 attendees and plus 50 speakers and sessions in over 2 dozen African languages. AFLC continues to expand its reach and impact. In 2024, AFLC became a registered nonprofit organization, reinforcing its commitment to promoting African languages and advancing language and digital rights across Africa. We extend our sincere gratitude to our partners and sponsors whose generous contribution have made FLC possible. Their support is instrumental in driving our mission forward and ensuring success of this conference. Our esteemed sponsors are Bolingo Concert, Stanford University, Akalan, Globalization Partners Internal, Association of Language and Companies in Africa, Internal Decades of Indigenous Language, and Gemstone. So before we start the session, I would like to inform all the participants that interpretation options available, and I would like to call upon Winnie Duncan to give more details about interpretation. Winnie, you're welcome. Winnie on the call. Winnie. Is Tanga on the call, please? Tanga, can you hear me? All right, Winnie had a power issue. Let's give her a second. All right. So I think we can proceed. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker from this session. So the session title is Protest Poetry in Anan, a case study of Ewaya women. Our speaker, Precious Augustine, is a teacher or an author, poet, OAP, Degar child advocate, and animable scholar who published in both national and international journals. This session will discuss how Anan women used to protest poetry to achieve their aim subtly, from their main and society at large. You're welcome, our honorable speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I hope you can hear me from here.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good morning. I will want to greet you in my language, Anna. Achire. So you answer back, Achirende. That is, you are telling me. Thank you very much. I will try my best to make this session a very memorable one by also trying to interpret alongside. Okay. My name is Precious Augustus. I am a language advocate, an indigenous language advocate at that. I am a girl child advocate. I'm a teacher. I'm an on-air personality. I am a lecturer too. By God's grace, I have publications in both the national and international journals. My specialty. Okay. Can I go ahead, Miriam?
So I'm sorry. Yes, you can go ahead, I think. Yeah.
All right. My slides are not here.
Yeah, but I think my internet is a bit taking us longer, but it will come soon.
Okay, so I should go ahead, right?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. I specialize in oral literature, language documentation, translation, and literary stylistics. The topic for today's discussion is protest poetry in Anang, a case study of Awire women. Before I start, I would love to shed more light on who the Anang people are. Anang is both a nation and a language in which the inhabitants of that nation speak. So we have 8 local governments in Anang, and it is in Akwa Ibom State. So we have Anang, we have Ibibio, we have Oron, and we have Ubulu. But in Anang, we have 8 local governments, which comprise of Sienudin, Oroanam, Ukanafon, Oborokara, Abak, and so many others. So this case study is about a group of women found in Anang land that use protest and they sing songs, okay? So the researcher went in to gather these songs, record them during live performances at various events, and then sat down to do some analysis on the songs. This study examined protest poetry in Anang, as I said earlier on. It seeks to establish the fact that oral literature existed even before the incursion of the Europeans. And this manifests itself through various renditions, oral renditions. Through these songs, we are going to be looking at Eli Biomo, that is, we will bring down. That is what is happening to the thief, that he or she is dragging his or her feet. Living close to a thief. If you are not a thief, I'm not married to a dirty husband. And you are being insolent. Wait a little. What did the man with the gangosa say? Talk about me, okay? And Ilioe Kangwan, the bad mother-in-law. 10 Awire women songs has been analyzed, and these songs were performed at various occasions and events, as I said earlier on. The study adopts Delheim's ethnopoetics as its theoretical framework and Hans Vermeer's Scopus theory as its model. Ethnopoetic focuses on the aesthetics and poetic structuring of oral art, while Scopus theory is a translation theory which developed in Germany in the late 1970s. Scopus theory reflects a general shift from predominantly linguistic and rather formal translation theories to a more functional and socio-cultural oriented concept of translation. It was discovered by the end of the study that these songs so treated in this paper contained elements of activism, figurative languages, proverbs, funny qualities, musical and rhythmic effects responsible for their embellishment and beauty. All right, let's look at the Awire women. Who are the Awire women? Background to the Awire women. These were women that were married. Some of them were divorced, but they were a group of women from 18 years down to the age of 64, 70, and so on and so forth, okay, in the present day Anang land in Akwa Ibom state of Nigeria. We have them scattered all over the Sienodin, Ukanafon, Oborakara, Ikorekbene, Abak local government, and so on and so forth. Now, what do these women do? These women help themselves. They show solidarity, okay? They invite others and support themselves. They even go ahead to contribute money to individuals. Like now, we are having a planting season. The rain is here. So these women will form a group, meet one another, and help one another in planting whatever they want to plant. Now, activism can also be called poetry of social control. Now, before this time, a lot of people think that women don't have any role to play in the society, that women don't have any role to play, okay, in the families. But it's not true, because these women, at some point in time, according to my interviewers, those that I interviewed, okay, they gave me information that these were the women that stopped the white men, Europeans, in their tracks, because they said women should contribute the same amount with men during that time. So the women protested. They even went ahead to remove their clothes to show their distress. And so that policy was abolished, and women were not to contribute again. In so many instances, for example, in the Aba women riots, the women of Anang land joined hands together with the Aba women to stop the incursion of the whites. So activism consists of efforts to promote, to impede, or direct social, political, economic, or environmental reform with the desire to make improvements in the society. Now, forms of activism range from writing letters to newspapers, politicians, political campaigning, and economic activism, such as boycotts or preferentially patronizing businesses, rallies, street marches, hunger strikes, and sit-in. I think activism is the one that is being done by the Igbo people now. Like on Mondays, nobody travels, everybody sits in the house. Now, what are they trying to do? Activism brings about a reform, okay, in a policy that was not okay by the masses. So I think what they want is let them release Nnamdi Kanu. But in the case of Awile women, they were always protesting against bad policies, maybe by the men. They were fighting against subjugation by the men, or by some women too that were having, these vices like stealing, adultery and all that. So they were not really like targeting the men alone or witch hunting the men alone. It was an open-ended thing, both the man and the woman. So activism is derived from the German word activismus, and it dates back to 1905. It's a process of using vigorous campaigning to get whatever you want, be it in the political setting or in the social setting. So the policy of using vigorous campaigning to bring about a political change is known as activism. It can come alongside with demonstration, it can go alongside with protest, but most of the times it could be peaceful protest. It can only go into violence if the other party initiates the violence. Then the women will not hesitate to wait. They will want to defend themselves. Okay, so I would love to quickly read from this interview that I took, two of the interviews, so that we have a background properly of with the women's songs. Madam Cecilia Etmumorin of Fikoruna village in Ukanafu local government area granted us an interview on their widow women. Their widow women was exclusively for women, especially married women. It started long time ago and I was a strong member. They had so many activities like supporting the women through individual monetary contributions. If anyone calls the woman smelly, that's atetere. If anyone calls the woman smelly, that person must, as a matter of fact, pay so many damages to the Awire women leader. It ranges from they will collect 3 bottles of hot drinks, they will collect a certain amount of money, then they will collect soap of different grades to wash the woman clean, okay? And they will set a day for this woman to be washed clean. Whoever committed that offense, nobody will hear sorry from the person. The person has to, according to this interview, provide this material, bathing soap, perfumes, oil, everything that will make someone smell very nice. And on that set day, the woman will come. It will be like a kind of ceremony where the woman will be washed clean, will be poured powder, perfume, and all that. If not, if the person does not provide these materials, there are with the women who go in a group and destroy everything in the person's compound. So to avoid this demonstration and protest, the person must, as a matter of fact, provide these items to be used to make the woman clean. That aside, we want to quickly look at these 10 songs I mentioned earlier on, and these songs are incorporated. The theme is there, the figurative language is there, and what they stand for, and how these women use these songs, okay, to drive home the point that they don't want to be stamped upon, to be stampeded upon. They don't want to be a doormat. They want to be heard also. Okay, the first song is Ila Ibiomo. Please, I'm going to be singing Inanna, and I will also try to interpret. I may use some accompaniment, so please follow me along. The first song is Ila Ibiomo. It goes like this. It goes this way. What does it mean? It simply means we want to bring down our awire basket. Now, metaphorically, awire basket here was a kind of package that contained all the problems they were encountering in their husbands' houses. Okay, so when they come to the arena, they are free to express themselves. They may not say these things in the church. They may not say them in the society so that people will not think that they are wayward or they are not noble, okay? So that church people will not castigate them. But they are always free to come to the arena of their women to express themselves and bring down their basket. Now, the theme of that song is relief of internalized burdens of marriage and family. Relief of internalized burdens of marriage and family. Now, this study is so vast and big that I will just try as much as possible to use this little period to look at it, okay? When we talk about burdens of marriage and family, of course, we know what it means. It ranges from so many things that I won't mention now. So most of these are with the women, they have experienced these things, and instead of killing themselves, instead of bottling it up, they bring the burdens to the women arena and they talk about it and they go back empty, relieved. Then the second one is that one, the theme is stealing and its consequence. Here, the women acted as law enforcement agents. This is also going to form part of my recommendation, that anyone that said that the woman does not have any role in the family and society is a joker. Because already, before we even had groups like Nigerian Police Force and all these law enforcement agencies, okay, we had the women acting like community police, okay, in the case of enforcement of laws. Now, this song, when it is sung, nobody mentions anybody's name in the society. But if you were the one that stole anything, at least that song is going to appeal to your conscience, and you either end up changing your ways of stealing or you leave the society. Because there's no way this song goes on. You know that they are talking about you. Nobody is mentioning your name, but your conscience is telling you that you are the one. Then the third song is about community satire. The same thing. Now, in our place, in the Anang land, they don't harvest palm fruits like that. They keep one day in the month to harvest palm fruit. Now, it was always discovered that some women will go to steal these harvested palm fruits before they are even shared among the women. So most of the time they will set trap for them, and this trap will always catch them when they will go to steal these palm fruits. So in the morning, when this palm fruit will be shared to people, all the women will be called upon to wear their uniform and come out. Then anyone that hops as if the leg is not good, will be known that this one is the one that goes to steal, because the trap that was set there caught that person. Is either the person will be absent or the person will hop. So that forms the basis of that third song. Now the fourth song is about is a protest against uncleanliness. The song goes like this. What does it mean? I was in the stream washing my husband's clothes. I cannot marry a dirty husband. Dirty clothes will kill my husband. I cannot marry a dirty husband. Now, this interpretation There are two ways. The first one is literal, is denotative, while the second one is connotative. Of course, if the husband has bad characters, the bad character constitutes the dirtiness, okay? So the women understand this and protest against uncleanliness. The next one is guilt versus innocence. Now, that song, there's this song, that when you are singing it, you open your hands up and you take your palms down. The song goes like this. That is, if you are not a thief, open your palms. Let us see. Now, the story goes this way, according to the interview by Mrs. Blessing Ikpo. She is she's one of the women leaders in Ndot, Rogonam local government. She said that this woman stole stockfish and tried to hide it, okay, to tie it with his wrapper, the ear of the wrapper. So when that song was sung, because they knew that he stole the stockfish, by the time others opened their palms and nothing was there, when she did ask, it was unfortunate that the stockfish was found. And up till today, that story is still there. The woman died actually, but nobody will dare to go steal again, because these songs will not harm you physically, but it will appeal to your conscience. Now, another one is social consequences and adultery. The song, what did the man with the gangosa say? The song goes like this. Now, what does it mean? The man with the gangosa is a man that doesn't speak well because of the impediment. He has a problem with the nasal cavity. He doesn't speak well. So there will women subtly drop a message that no woman should take herself to another man. That is, don't take yourself and give to another man. Another one is a social protest. Now, there will women stage a social protest and subtly drop a clear message to the inconsiderate mother-in-law that usually goes to peep the husband of the daughter, that she should stop whatever she's doing. Nobody will mention her name. But if it comes to the women that you had done this kind of thing, they will quickly formulate a song according to the ones that we've interviewed, and that song will look like that thing that you did. And by the time they keep on singing this song, then you will not have any other choice but to change. Now, we have style and aesthetic in our with a women's song. Now, during the recording of this song and the performance, I noticed that the performers did not use any modern instrument. They used awurum, they used ntakro, they used their palms. They would just clap, or they'll use their feet as they're dancing. The stampede, the stamping of the ground by their feet formed a rhythm, formed a kind of, rhythm that guided their songs. The paper has analyzed 10 songs which touch themes like relief of internalized burdens of marriage, censor of stealing and its consequences, community satire, complaint against unwholesome attitude of the husband, norms of social relationships, sexual exploitation, need for social discipline, self-comportment, social protest, evils of promiscuity. These songs of protest contain figurative languages, as we said, it contains proverbs, hyperbole, rhetorical questions, it contains oxymoron, metaphors, and funny qualities that gives rise to their embellishment. It is recommended that since these songs were able to bring about political and social change in the lives of individuals and society at large without causing bodily harm to anybody, except these songs appealed to their consciences. So our women should be revived. I noticed that most of the communities, these communities were not really into Awire women again. Some of them have dropped, except 4 communities, which we did the interview. And in these communities, alongside the Nigerian police force, we are struggling to keep our society sane. We are having so many problems everywhere. Men killing women, women killing men, children killing their mothers, and so many other things. I want to believe that if these the women are revived and also incorporated alongside with their counterpart, the youth vigilante in the society, we are going to be having a free society, free of vices, free of norms, and this song should be churned out more so that it will not destroy us. These songs bring to bear the ego of the woman, and we need to have more of these songs, okay, so that people will not stampede on the rights of the women and the children at large again. Thank you very much. Please, we will have time for questions. I want you to ask your questions and I'll answer. I'm sorry I was able to only speak 20% of the Anang, and I was also able to interpret alongside. Okay, so I'm done. Time for question and answer. I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, really precious. A very great session, honestly speaking. And yeah, I am the moderator, but I also have a question. Why do you think that we no longer use the same strategy today? So people with questions, you can put them in Q&A section, please.
That's a really,
Yeah, I think some people are putting their questions in the chat section, so you can check it out. Somebody says, is this the right spelling? And I don't know. I also don't know how to read it properly, to spell it and pronounce it properly, so you can check it out, please.
I mean, if we do, we can try it. If we notice that it's not that. But I think and this
Someone just asked a question, use this strategy to convey our messages today. Well, it boils down to the fact that we think that this method is primitive and that we may no longer need them. But the truth of the matter is that this method was very effective. And like I said earlier on, I recommended that we should look into forming women policing, something like that, something close to that, because I think it's a part of vigilante. And one of the things I've discovered is that a woman is very emotional. What a woman sees, what a woman feels, a man may not feel it. If a woman feels that this person is a bad person, a man will say, no, it's no problem. But the woman, that intuition that God gave women is there. So it forms part of my recommendation that we should form what we call women community policing. Even if we can give them uniforms, and then we allow them to work hand in hand with the Nigerian police force, to work hand in hand with the vigilantes in the communities. We are going to really find out that we will get a saner society. Now let me check the second question. The second question says, why can we say that there were the women were predecessors of feminism movement? Yes, you have said it all. Yes, there were the women were predecessors of feminism. Yes, they were. It's just that most of the time, our modern day women, the contemporary women we have now, are really tilting towards a brand of feminism, some of them, that says don't respect the man, don't give birth, maybe cut your hair, have a certain haircut and show that you're a woman. No, it's not true. Our mothers were predecessors of feminism. It's just that most of them are old and long gone. Most of them are in the villages. We need to revisit these things and go back to women community policing, alongside with the vigilantes, which is the youth group, alongside with the Nigerian police force. I believe that our society is going to really turn around. Most of the killings, most of the things, the absurd things that are happening in the societies will really reduce. Thank you. Let me check the next question. I hope I've answered this question. Okay. Do you teach that language? Can you write and read the language so we could work? Okay. All right. All right. Yes. Actually, my first degree is in English. I did English major, University of Ibadan. My second degree, my topic, I carefully crafted that topic. As I said earlier on, I am an indigenous language advocate. I had the option of writing on novels, yes, but I chose oral literature because that is where we will get the raw material for my language. So I work with my language. My topic was orality and aesthetics in Anang traditional verse. So I write my language very well. I speak my language very well. In case you want to know, by God's grace, I am the first author of a text written in my language, and it is here in my state. It was launched in my state. The title of the book is Jaitan Ikona. So if you go to my news feed on Facebook, you see the book. You go online, you see the book Jaitan Ikona. If you are living around Akwa Ibom State, you check Ntep Supermarket or Prince of Peace Publishing House, you see the text. So I speak and write the language very well. Then in my PhD thesis, the topic still was on Anang. I was able to translate the songs, the ballad, the performances, we record it into Anang, and then we analyze them. So I speak and write my language very well. And because we are doing something about the African language, okay, I am looking at trying to bring minority languages, to bring them to the fore so that they will not go extinct. If there's nobody to pen down these minority languages on black and white, I tell you the truth, before you know it, these languages will go extinct and we'll be looking for them, we will not find them. So I am always happy that by God's grace, I've been able to put down something that even if I am no more today, I'm not saying I'm going to die, but even if I'm no more today, posterity will have me to remember that I did something about my language so that it will not go extinct. Thank you. I hope I've answered that question. Let me check this one.
There are a couple of questions in the Q&A section, please.
Okay. I'm trying to see them, to attend to them. All right. Okay. I'm trying to see them here. Okay, I'm still waiting for the questions. Keep them coming. Any contribution?
Yeah, in Q&A, there are, I think, 2 questions. So the first one, Kitunde Shola is asking, are the activists of Awire women still existing today? If yes, what effort is being made to pass down this rich knowledge and culture to the current generation, considering the fact that everyone now wants to be a city person? If activities are not existing, what is the way forward in terms of reviving them?
Okay, let me try to answer that. It still boils down to that. You know, what motivated me to take this study was that I discovered that a lot of our youth, even those that are not even youth, they are migrating to the towns and they leave the villages with all the goodness that the villages carry. Okay, so these are Awire women. A lot of women, they do not want to associate with Awire women because they feel that they are local and they are slay queens. You know, this issue of slay queens. So I think one of the reasons that people don't really want to associate with them, they exist. Yes, they do. But I was able to excavate 4 local governments: Ukanafun, Etemekbo, Orowanam, and Esienudem. Other ones, we were not able to find the Awire women because some of them have gone into extinction because they have not been, you know, in existence. Nobody wants to know. But these ones I've mentioned, they are very strong. In fact, recently, one of these men attacked the wife, and he was reported to the Awire women. They had to do something. So most of the times, they think that Awire women are evil and that Awire women are maybe witches or something because of the strict discipline they enforce in the group and also to outsiders. So a lot of people don't want to change. That is why they don't want to incorporate these Awire women. And I also submitted in my recommendation that these women should be revived. They are there, some of them, like this woman, this first president of these Awire women. She's very old. She's 98. She's very old. She can't even walk, but she can converse. So I think this group should be revived. And then, even if the government should form something like women community policing, I think apart from, you know, trying to make our society sane once again. It's going to provide empowerment for the women. Because when you don't empower a woman, that woman is bound to lose in life. A woman needs to be empowered. A woman needs to be educated. Okay, some of these women, they were able to go to school up to maybe SS3 or so, and they stopped, they give birth and all that. But so if somebody can read and write, then the person can also be incorporated into this women community policing. Okay, it was my recommendation. So if that recommendation is taken too far, I think we'll go a long way to reviving the Awire women in these communities that it has gone extinct. I think I've answered that question.
Yes, please. There is another question. So it goes, how do we set a clear line of demarcation between activism and violence? You mentioned, for instance, that there is a man calls a woman smelly, which is very terrible thing to do, of course. The women will ask for certain items, and if they were not provided, they may go to the person's compound and destroy his properties. Isn't there another way to that in their mode of operation? If our women operation is to be promoted, revived, and what is your position about the above?
Well, my position is that, you know, this way, older women, when I talk about revival, to revive or to review Awire women, we can take up Awire women, and then we remove from the Awire women acts of violence, okay, and then keep the good ones, okay. Yes, when I went for the interview, I never
please, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. My stand is this. If Awire women should be incorporated and given uniform, you know what we mean about revival. It means we take away the old and replace it with the new. These were old women. These were older women that did their own thing, their own way, in their own style. Maybe they believed that going violent, if the man refuses to, pay, will instill some level of fear in the man, okay? But this is a modern world, and we are operating in the modern world. So my take is this: if Awire women should be brought back and incorporated alongside with vigilante, I think Awire women should be trained on modern ways of peaceful coexistence, okay? They should be trained, there should be seminars mounted for them, which will entirely remove that idea of violence, okay? And then we keep the good ones. We keep the good virtues of Awire women and then take out the other one. I'm very sorry I had to bring that in. But when I went to interview this woman, I never told her that I'm interviewing her. So maybe that was why she was able to open up to me. Probably if I had told her I'm recording her, she wouldn't open up. So I think one of the reasons she opened up was that I did not tell her I'm recording her. So if Awire women will be brought in to the scheme of things, these women should be given an orientation away from the former violent method, okay? And then a way of peaceful coexistence between the two parties that defaulted, or one party that defaulted, should be a way forward. That's my own take. I believe I've been able to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. So there are like two more questions.
Okay.
So the next question says, but I believe you've already touched, but it says, How can the revival of our women traditions be implemented in today's society?
Well, that is very simple. That is very simple. The problem is that people don't want to change. Yes. And people now are looking at modern ways. Even we that are talking, we prefer to eat Indomie, rice, all the modern things. We don't want to go and eat pounded cocoyam so that it will not have itchy bum and all that. So it is just that every one of us have a way of bringing back this to our society and then working on ourselves first. And then we now incorporate it into with the women. Then we will have a society that is free of all these vices. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the next question says, are the young generation interested in your mother indigenous or language? Yeah.
Please take that again. What did you say?
Are the young generation interested in your mother language?
Well, unfortunately, no. That was the reason I wrote that book, Jaitan Ikona. And right now, I have a revised version. Jaitan Ikona was written in my indigenous language throughout. I noticed that a lot of people had difficulty in reading it. So I brought out a revised version, although it's yet to be published. I will soon publish that by God's grace. The title is Anang Fables. So what I did is that I placed the indigenous language alongside with the English version, so that when you read the indigenous language, you read the English version, and then we have glossaries to help in understanding, So I'm trying everything possible to see what I can do so that the younger generation will be interested, because if we leave our language like this, it will die. Language is like a human being. It can die. And when it dies, sorry, you cannot revive it. And this is an information I'm not supposed to disclose. But anyway, I will just say that in passing. For the younger generation to come to terms with it, I happen to work with a group called Anang Language Development Project. We've been able to finish up the orthography, the harmonized orthography, which is in volume 8. The National Educational Research Development Center in Abuja is in charge of that. That orthography has been published. It will be launched on the 15th of March. Then we have a curriculum of Anang from primary 1 to SS3. That curriculum will be launched on the 15th of March, 2025. And then finally, we have a teacher's guide, all written in Anang language. All this is to promote this language to avoid extinction, okay? So I think we have put things in place to make the younger generations come to terms. We are even developing a coloring book for the younger ones, okay? For example, we can have a fruit in my language, and then you say, color this. What type of fruit is this? Eben bakara. Eben bakara is avocado pear. So if the child sees the Eben bakara, immediately you will know from the visual, you will know that this is avocado pear, and you will color it afia, color it adada, So we now bring, I'm trying to tell you the modalities in what we are doing. We now bring the young child to terms with the Anang language and the color, the shape, the fruit, and what to do. So I think we are really trying to bring the younger generation close to the language. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we have another question, which I probably think is the last one. It says, can this form of protests be adapted in digital media such as social media activism or spoken words performances?
Yes, of course, but it depends.
Okay. Someone wants to ask a question orally. Please, you have to raise your hand so that I can give you permission. Okay.
Yes. You can write. Should I write?
Who wants to ask a question? Is it Ali Alassane?
Yeah, that's what I have to write.
Raise your hand, Alassane. I'm not able to see you.
And do you have this up? This is for, yeah.
Alassane, please raise your hand.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Call for speakers and so on. Anyway, let me forward. You have to give it pass. And so we are going to solution outside but are they being bored? What is the program? Because in the advanced session you have to text physics.
Alassane, apparently the problem is it doesn't work. Okay. So somebody should make you a panelist so that you can ask your question.
Coming up with a discussion.
All right. Hello, you can probably type a question or something.
Yeah, something happened. The sponsors will be part of the jury or something.
Have you been able to contact him?
Yeah, he's typing the chat. He's saying that it's very important for him to talk to you. So
Okay, let me drop my Facebook handle here. Let me drop my Facebook address.
All right.
So that anyone that needs to talk to me.
All right, thank you so much. I think for the rest of the questions, they can, so she said, I'm sorry, could you share your email with me? I'm writing a paper about language in Africa. Sorry, could you share your email with me? I'm writing a paper about language in Africa, African literature. What is your position about the use of foreign languages in African literature? So probably he's going to reach out via that email. Thank you so much, everyone, for making it to this session. So we're having another session titled Enhancing Learning via Nigerian Language, Closing Gap Digitally. So the session is going to highlight the importance of educational value of Nigerian language, how digital tools can support multilingual education, and proposes strategies for integrating Nigerian languages into it. So you're very invited on the second session as well. And thank you everyone for making it to this session. Precious, we really, really want to appreciate you for making time for us. Honestly speaking, personally, I've learned a lot. I think if it was possible, we can actually start, using this type of strategy in communicating different things. Yeah, because it can work sometimes in a way that somebody once told me that sometimes you can find a way to tell people what you want to tell them without them responding and this strategy is very good. Thank you so much for educating us. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for people who want to join the second session, you can stay on the call as we wait for more people to join us. Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Personally, when I look at the that course was all about executive leadership, and they're talking about random things altogether. So that is a
welcome everyone. I think we can start the session. So this session title is Enhancing Learning via Nigerian Language, Closing Gap Digitally. Our speakers are, you will have to excuse me if I don't pronounce the names correctly, please. Oluwanifezimi Akifinesoye and June Danso Gadosomi. So this session will highlight the importance of the educational value of Nigerian languages and how digital tools can support multilingual education and propose strategies for integrating Nigerian languages into mains. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so good afternoon. Okay, so I'm Jim Gadamosin, and I'll be presenting, on the topic enhancing, learning via Nigerian languages, closing gaps digitally, to promote education, within the Nigerian digital space and the cyberspace. Okay, in this first presentation, I don't know if everybody is familiar with, Nigeria. The focus on here is going to be on the Yoruba people, the language of the Yoruba people, which is dominantly, in the southwest, of Nigeria, where we have the Oyo, we have the Ondo people, we have the Oshun people, we have people from Lagos State, they are part of the southwestern, region. We have partly, Edo States, who speak Yoruba language. Okay, so I'm going to go straight to the introduction. So we are going to, try to understand why Nigerian languages matter in education, and this is because Nigeria's linguistic diversity, involves, over 500 languages, because we have different, ethnic groups. Apart from the Yoruba language, we also have, different variants of these ethnic groups with their different languages. Take, for instance, within the Yoruba context alone, we have the Ondo people, which is, one of the other states in the southwestern region of, Nigeria. And in Ondo State alone, they have different, community, local governments, and these local governments also have different languages, especially the Akoko people. I'm from Akoko, and I know that in my space, in my area, we have even different streets, have different languages, which, explore the dynamic, the diversity of Nigerians wherever they find themselves. And, Nigerians, because of the way they migrate, they evolve in different spaces around the world. So it becomes important to explore some of these, languages in education, especially in the digital space. Now, I'm going to touch on the challenge also in this discourse. I'm going to talk about how English, dominates education, creating gaps, for native language speakers on the language of instruction. And it becomes important because this challenge poses a problem where you see people who are educated even forget now to, tell their children that, okay, or tell their children or give their children instructions from home in Yoruba language. Most people now speak English because, they are well traveled, they are well read, and they forget that, we need to build these languages into a nomenclature where, our children can, tell their children and like that, and so that the language will not go into extinct. So I won't have a lot of code mixing and code switching, when you are using the Yoruba language. Take, for instance, the Asian and the German people, they will tell you that kind English, like even when the Germans understand English, they will tell you you should speak German. They will not indulge, your use of English and, others like that. Okay, I'm going to also talk on the Yoruba proverbs, which address the importance of preserving the Yoruba language, which makes it also important, for us to explore Yoruba language, in the digital spaces. Okay, so the first Yoruba proverb here is Èdè là ń pè, èdè là ń pè ní ọmọ ènìyàn. Ẹni tí kò ní èdè rẹ̀ kì í ṣe ọmọ tòótọ́. This basically means that language defines a person. Like when you speak a particular language, people know that this person is from here. One without their language is not a true child of their people. Like you can't speak your language, so can you identify as a Yoruba person? Then I remember in one of Wole Soyinka's book, one of the Yoruba here is a people without their language are a people without a soul. Like ìlú tí kò gbé èdè rẹ̀ ga yóò ṣòro. It's difficult for you, to be proud of your culture or be able to explore any of your culture. Like a community that does not uphold the language will struggle to uphold its culture. And third one is èdè Yorùbá ní ìpìlẹ̀ àṣà wa. Tí ó bá sọnù, àṣà wa náà yóò sọnù. Like èdè Yorùbá, like the Yoruba language is the foundation of our culture. If we lose it, we lose our identity, like forever. Like there's no how you try and say, let me code mix, in this space. People will be like, and you're trying to teach us Yoruba. So what are you trying to say? Now, Akinwumi Shola also explored, some of these Yoruba proverbs to explore why it's important to preserve language. The survival of a people depends on the survival of their language. Like Èdè l'Àṣà, Èdè là ń fi mọ ẹni tó jẹ́ tibìkan. Like it is your language that they will used to know that, oh, this person is from here. I remember sometimes with my people, they would say, yes, yeah, in our level now. But then when you are among the other people, when you speak English, yes, you are there. But then it's important for you to speak language because it also preserves the culture. It also preserves some secrets, things that you don't want other people, to know about. The other proverb here is Èdè l'Àṣà. The other proverb here is Èdè l'Àṣà, and then our language is our culture and we need to propagate it. Then Femi Osofiso also mentioned use one. Our language carries our history, our philosophy, and our worldview. Losing it means losing ourselves. Like if you lose our language like this, yaba fi èdè wa sílẹ̀, ìran wa yóò padà sí àwọn àfúrásì. Like if you abandon our language, future generation will be mere imitators of others. Like they will just be copying other people. They'll be lost. They'll find it difficult to understand their origin. À ń gbìyànjú láti fi èdè wa pamọ́ fún ìran tó ń bọ̀. Like we need to preserve our language for the next generation so that it doesn't vanish. So it is important to explore some of these proverbs to understand why it's important to explore some of these Yoruba culture languages in the digital spaces now that the future is digital world. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to discuss this topic in a two-way part. The part A is going to explore, Yoruba language in context, like cultural and educational pillar of the Yoruba language, where we know that we also have other people in other spaces that speak Yoruba. Yes, because when Yoruba people get there, they understand whatever, is being discussed there. We have the Benin people from the Benin Republic. We have the Yoruba people in Togo. We have Yoruba people in Brazil. Now we even have a community of Yoruba people in the United Kingdom now. So, so now our language is moving from space to space. And it's also important to also explore that, some of these languages, when it moves outside, the comfort zone, some of it are not discussed as old. They are now like fragments of the Yoruba culture and stuff like that. Now, I'm also going to talk about the rich cultural heritage, the proverbs, how the Yoruba proverbs have helped us, to preserve what is ours. Then the folklore, I remember growing up, we used to talk about the Ìjàpá Yánníbo, the tortoise and the dog, all those folklore under the tree midnight, stories and stuff like that will help us explore our oral traditions in a way that we won't forget some of these prominent songs, that is individualistic to our culture. Also, I remember that I was speaking, I think it was last week, I was speaking to one of, the secondary school children here in Ibadan. And I was asking, do you know the Yoruba song for the months and the days? And she was like, what is that? I was like, So are you saying that they didn't teach you, these songs? Because these songs helps us to remember that, oh, January is not January in Yoruba. It has a different song. Like the songs, like we know that we speak Yoruba, but then there are some words that, are being brought from the English word. They are not Yoruba words, because when people talk, when people mix, their languages, they might want to, talk about last month, January, in English and still continue in the Yoruba context. But then January is not January. January has a word, is Shere in Yoruba. And with all these songs, helps us remember some of our culture. Shere, Rele, Ereno, Igbe, Ugbe, Kudo, Agemo, Ugbo, Owewe, Owara, Gbelu, Ope. These songs helps us remember that, oh yes, we can't forget the name of this month. We can't forget the names of the days of the week, in Yoruba. And these songs, goes with us, year in, year out. I'm also going to talk about the challenges, how some of these cultures are declining within the usage among the Yoruba people, which I also talk about. The part B of this work also is going to talk about digital gap in language learning. Like there's a digital gap, a digital divide in language, the Nigerian languages, especially the Yoruba, where we see people who even tell you that they want to teach you, some of these languages within the family. Some of them don't even know the what's it called now? I'm going to say like the morpheme, the morphological, the morpheme, the historical coinage of the Yoruba word, and they will tell you, oh, we want to teach you so that you can understand Yoruba language. And when you go outside there, when you say, okay, bro, is Igbale, or some people, they know it's over, it's not Igbale, then you know that, oh, okay. So Igbale is like the mid, point of digital divide, and Owo is like the basic first level, foundational level, of the Yoruba language. So we have, Yoruba speakers who often rely on informal methods, of teaching, of teaching or learning, the Yoruba language, where I learned first too, from my family and community for language learning, then also the standardized digital tools for Yoruba education, which we are going to explore in this discourse. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to touch on the real life experiences of the Yoruba speakers. I'm going to explore like 3 case studies here. Like the first case study here is a Yoruba, the Yoruba culture, like a Yoruba and culture teacher, content creator on Instagram, who has made it his duty to teach people Yoruba. Like you come to his show, which is mostly on YouTube and Instagram, to win 1,000 naira if you don't speak English on the show at all. This also helps people to remember their culture. And sometimes, most people go home without nothing, because before you know it, you've used and you've used off, you've used, some of these basic English words that we could mix or code switch within our discussion, our day-to-day discussion. Like EA Yoruba is somebody like that. Is prominent on Instagram, and I love what he's doing. We tell you, okay, when you come to this show, you speak Yoruba fully without using any English word at all. If you use any English word, then we are going to deduct out of the money you're supposed to take home. And at the end of the day, you find a lot of people, not even going on with a dime. It's actually interesting because you learn new words, even for people that are trying to learn. You can learn, new words, on this page, on this mass platform, and it encourages people, like that. The second case study is a Yoruba parents struggling to teach their child, the language in the digital age, because there are appropriate age level language, for even in Yoruba, in the Yoruba language. Like for instance, in German, we have the A1, A2, B1, B2, stuff, B3 like that. And then, for a parent that wants to teach their child Yoruba, you must already know that, okay, this is my child, this is the appropriate age level, this is what this person can understand, at this point. Because if this person is learning and is going to discuss, with our age group or his age group in school using the Yoruba word, there are some, some of these words that they call origin, like the cocoa of the language. When they speak it, they know that, yes, this child knows this word. And, so sometimes to know the age appropriate level of proficiency, just like the A1 in Deutsch, or let's say the A1 in Yoruba now, as the case may be, is usually difficult for some parents who have, alienated themselves from the language for a while, and um, now it becomes difficult for them to understand where to teach or where to start or how to, incorporate their children into the study. Then the third case study is of students who improve their Yoruba skills using a language app in China. There's also somebody I follow on Instagram who a student in China who doesn't even understand Yoruba before she left Nigeria, and when she got there, she was able to use some of these prominent, apps to learn Yoruba, and it becomes important for her to, belong to a Yoruba community where, she can use the language often, and some of this are real life experience of the Yoruba speakers who want to learn, the language, and how people we can also help them. Now we have digital solutions for Yoruba language learning. Apart from, learning on Instagram or content creators or from apps, we also have mobile apps like Yoruba 101, Learn Yoruba with fun. We also have online platforms like YouTube channels. We have people who create content on YouTube just for people to learn Yoruba. And sometimes, even though there are sometimes that some are not mostly effective, but sometimes you can learn, few words and practice and belong to a community where you can, practice. We also have e-learning websites. Then I also mentioned here that we can use gamification, ways, to learn the language, where we can instead of when we are watching or playing some of our games, some of the Yoruba games, can be interactive, teach Yoruba vocabulary and grammar, which can be very interesting instead of KO, Otilo, because it's important to introduce, Yoruba in gamification because I remember that it is when most people play games a lot, most people play songs a lot. So when we introduce, some of these languages in games, in songs, it helps people to remember over and over again, especially for people who doesn't even belong to a community. It helps to remember. There are some songs that some of my friends that are not, Nigerians, they know some songs in Yoruba because some of our Yoruba songs, are prominent over there. Some of them don't even need to, go online to understand the lyrics because of the sequence of the lyrics. You tend to understand, oh, this is the meaning of this song. So singers like Adekunle Gold has made this easier. So I'm thinking, okay, we can introduce in games, where people can, learn, play, their games, their FIFA, all these things via games. And, instead of, saying, oh, foul or something like that, you can say it in Yoruba. It's just people, to remember this language and communicate, with the language. Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, now we also have success stories in these sectors in action. Okay, example one is a school in Lagos now has integrated Yoruba language apps into their curriculum. Like they built it, they worked, and even though now it still needs development and all, but then these are like actual points, where now we've been saying is the awareness has been there. Now people are now making conscious efforts, to help some of their students to learn the Yoruba language. So now this school in Lagos has started this, and they are looking for people, to help them, make it better, make it more interactive, stuff like that. The other digital tool in action is also the diaspora community using online platforms to teach Yoruba to their children. I know of two prominent parents like that on Instagram and on Twitter who teaches their children, Igbo and Yoruba. They teach them one-on-one, and they also, pay for, digital apps to teach, their children, some of these languages. Then research statistics have said that there is slightly, improved language retention and engagement with all these apps. There are studies that have explored, homes that are, using digital apps. Like now, it is getting there. The awareness is there, and so we need to improve, more and more. Next slide, please. Okay, now, so I'm going to touch on the challenges and opportunities, that are in the digital space. However, we have some barriers, to the digital adoption. The first one is lack of funding, limited tech access and resistance to change. Like sometimes some people, because in this space, if you don't really go out there to be passionate about, the vision, the lack of funding, might eliminate you, to go all out there. Even though there are fundings out there, there are fundings, grants, that are ready to, fund some of these things. But then with the, parameters that have been put in place to win these grants, the first thing, there is a limitation. There is fund, there is grants, but then there's limitations to some of these grants, things, strategies, and how to win it. But then we can make it easier when, some of these grants are published, for people to know and help them, how people can come together to, break down some of these limitations so that they can win grants, and be able to achieve the goal. Now, the other thing is government policies. Some of these government policies, for instance, in Nigeria now, Yoruba is not even some of the major compulsory subjects that you have to take. I was telling somebody also, the person that was the girl that I was discussing with, the secondary school girl that I was discussing with, on singing the Yoruba languages, the names of the months in Yoruba languages. Like she was saying that Yoruba is not even some of their core subjects, in schools now. And I was thinking about, I was like, what? Are you serious? Like, so the government policies also, needs to help. Like we need to, help government, to implement some of these policies that will help, this discussion. Okay, so I don't know if I can share from here. Okay.
June, I'm sorry, my internet just went.
Okay.
Please give me a second.
Okay. Okay, so the other one is the call to actions. Like we need to collaborate to create more digital, resources, for more digital resources, for Yoruba and other Nigerian languages so that we can work hand in hand. Like it's not something that you can just say, oh, I just want to wake up and do it. Yes, you can do it in your big space, but when you want to go all out big, and do all this, we need to collaborate with more people so that we can, achieve some of these goals and, be able to achieve it and conclude a successive, action plan. Now, the future of Yoruba language learning. Our vision for the future is that a world where Yoruba and other Nigerian languages thrive digitally, like German, like French, like we need to make, this is what we want it to be, so that apps like Google Translate will be able to, transcribe Yoruba accurately, because, there are resources there to enhance, this accuracy. Now, we need to also, give access to, improved AI, virtual reality, and augmented reality for immersive learning. Like we have to have the resources out there, like to make it easier, for people to learn these languages. Then we also need to empower the next generation to preserve their linguistic heritage. Like we have to, journal, keep it, document some of these instances. Once we make it easier for them to learn, then we have to, we can't have a child with us and not let them know that, oh, you need to speak the language correctly, especially for some of them that are even trying. We need to correct them to help them, understand that, oh, yes, you're getting there, this is the language. Now, the call to action is join the movement. Like you need to join it. You need to preserve these languages. And, when we do this individualistic, then in groups, we get to achieve the mission. Like we need to support initiatives that promote Nigerian language digitally, such like a platform like this conference that we need to join them, help them to bring their vision alive, their mission alive, stuff like that. We also have the communications community who is doing very good at there. Then we have advocates for, then we need to also, join the movement to advocate for policies that will fund language preservation, like let people know all the access, groups, the grants, opportunities that you have access to. Yeah, let people know, let people see some of these things. Then we need to also use and share some of these digital tools for Yoruba language learning. Like we can't just sit on it. We need to let people know that this app does this. So yes, let's use it. This app does Yoruba. It will give it the tonal markings, it will give it the special alphabet. You don't need to be looking for symbols in English, to you justify a particular language in Yoruba. Like you need to tell people, oh, this is what you need to do and stuff like that. Now, a Yoruba proverb says that like you need to walk and down. Old and with the old and the young people. Like we need to work hand in hand to build the world, the mission that we will have to do. The wisdom of the young and old, builds the world. Like we need to work hand in hand with the young and old to bring this vision to life. Okay, so the conclusion here is that the preservation and promotion of Nigerian languages, particularly Yoruba, are not just linguistic endeavors, but vital steps toward cultural sustainability, cultural empowerment, to empower culture, to sustain, the culture, and include, the digital cyberspace, in the discourse. Then content creators stand to benefit immensely from integrating Nigerian language to digital platforms. Like we have most people, doing well on Instagram, on YouTube now, using Yoruba, to create content, and people go there, you see them, even transcribing, on the screen, so that people can understand. Some people that are not, from the language can understand whatever, they are telling their audience. And when content creators, implement this, we will reach more people, and more of these languages, gets out there. Now, as producing content in multiple languages allows them to reach broader, more diverse audiences. This approach not only enhances accessibility but also fosters a deep, connection with cultural heritage. It helps us to move close, to our culture. As Fafunwa et al. In 1989 emphasized, I remember that Fafunwa, did like a pilot study with schools where, they were able to use Yoruba, were able to teach mathematics using Yoruba. And you discover that, some of these people who are in this group, in the pilot study, who learned mathematics in Yoruba, they perform very well in their, West African exam, more than people that were taught in English, So it's easier to learn, in the mother tongue because you are familiar with it. So, Fafunwa, some of these people, emphasize education in indigenous languages, strengthens, understanding and knowledge retention, or underscoring the need to integrate Yoruba into digital learning platforms. However, as we join 2020 observed, waiting for African languages like Yoruba to be fully standardized before incorporating them into digital spaces risks delaying their inclusion, accessibility, and preservation. Like when we delay, some of these things, saying that there's no standardized language now because the Akoko people speak, a different genre of the Yoruba language. We need to wait for it. Like, who are we going to wait for? We need to like push out resources out there for the preservation of the language. Now, such delays could further marginalize or delineate indigenous communities and accelerate the erosion of cultural heritage. Now, to bridge this gap, there must be a concerted effort to integrate qualified developers, linguists, educators, and content creators into development of digital tools and platforms for Yoruba language learning. Now, this collaborative approach will address the existing knowledge gap, drive innovation, and influence language policies that prioritize indigenous languages. By leveraging technology, now we can create accessible, engaging, and cultural relevant resources that empower Yoruba speakers and learners both in Nigeria and diaspora. However, to do this, we need to, provide more resources for people. We need to provide resources in the language for developers, who are ready to create some of these apps for language learning. Like we need to make it easy for people to add tonal markings, be able to speak the language, and interpret it, without necessarily even typing. Now, we also, for people in the homeland and the diaspora, now the time to act is actually now. Let us embrace digital innovation to preserve Yoruba, celebrate its rich heritage, and ensure that the future generations can connect with their roots. Then together we can close digital divide, empower content creators, and create a future where Nigerian languages thrive in the global digital space. Thank you, everyone. So I don't know if you have questions, and we can take it up from there. Okay, some of the resources that I was talking about on Instagram is this one. I don't know, this one. This is the EA Yoruba. It will ensure that people, so So, some of these, mhm. Okay, so some of this, helps people to remember, their language, engage with it, and win something, on the show. And so that is it. So please, if there's any question, I would like to, take them, and interact with everyone. Thank you.
When I go to Kampala now, I can compare. How could Kenya, they are not.
Okay, I think I have one question in the
Hello.
chat room. Hello, Miriam.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. My internet is on and off. So
Okay.
yeah, we can go to Q&A section. And
Okay. I think there is one question from Modu ML Jallo. He's saying that, I don't know if it's a he or she, how can I learn Yoruba while not in the Yoruba community? Yes, you can learn Yoruba, in different digital spaces. Number one, Instagram, like the show that I showed you on Instagram, like it's actually very interactive. Like you can join even without, participating, you learn new words, from it. We also have groups on YouTube where you can learn Yoruba to the T with the tonal marking and the sound, and the voicing, and the, everything in between. On YouTube, we have some of this, replicated in the digital space already. Also, I also have a platform, Jutit, communications, where I teach people Yoruba. We read Yoruba books together, and we do that like quarterly. We give the books out, then we interact together. I also teach Yoruba too on a basis. So either you're in the diaspora or in the homeland, you can learn Yoruba, your mother tongue, or because you just want to communicate with the language, you can learn it anywhere. And now we have a grant that we are working towards, winning now, because we need to like propagate like a Yoruba Ask app, where people can, ask things in Yoruba and they get immediate answers, to their questions or to their probings without necessarily going to Google, because Google will give you answers in English anyway. But then if you need the right answers in Yoruba, because sometimes the contexts are different. So we have this app that we're working on now with this grant. So maybe when it's out, then it can be in the public space, then people can use it. So yes, so that is how you can learn Yoruba while you're not in Yoruba community. You can learn online. Then, although I was saying that we can also, I don't know, for people who are also going to be working on Yoruba, language, we can create games, where people use Yoruba to communicate. I think it's going to be actually interesting because Yoruba is actually very interesting. It's a very interesting language, so that people can, retain the language, try to use it, day in, day out in their, everyday communication, even for exams and evaluations. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any question in the Q&A.
yeah, I don't think there is any other question that we have. Yeah, people can send in their question, please. We still have a few more minutes for questions and answers. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask it.
It's actually very important also to also know that to learn a language basically, or to integrate a language into the system, you need to like either even if you don't belong to a community, like you need to use it day in, day out, like practice with it. So you can remember some of the important words. I remember when I was learning some of the other languages that I know how to speak. Like I like to watch movies on Netflix that speak such languages so that I can remember, especially when I'm not in that space, anymore. So I can remember, this is what, yes, this is what we are saying. So that, the retention can be there. So that whenever, even though, even when you can't speak it, as fluently as possible, you can know what is being discussed. Because, you know, preserving some of these languages is just to help us, communicate. Especially, I remember my mom always saying that, let's even assume there's a war now. There are some people that cannot even say some things, without everybody understanding. Like, you need to understand some of these, there are indigenous languages, right? And there are idiolects. Let's even say Yoruba is the general language. Now, you're in a space where, other people are speaking, the generic language. Now, you should have something that will make you, very preserving in that space, so that when you're communicating with your brother or somebody from your community in that space, nobody will even understand, what you're trying to do, how you're trying to, escape in a particular space, stuff like that. So it's actually important to preserve the language, to learn some of these new languages. Yoruba is a very interesting language. If you're interested in learning the language, you can reach out to me or some resources online that can help you. We also have a particular platform by one of our professor in GUI. I think Post Proverbials is like a development of some of the proverbs that are moved from, the origin of the proverbs to the new ones. Because there are some proverbs like that in the Yoruba context, that have moved from the basic ones to the new ones. They have archives, that are preserving some of these, the old ones to the new ones, so that, they can know, okay, this is the root word, so this is why we are moving to this. This is what happened. This is why this has moved from the usage. Because there are some proverbs now that we use now that are not the way it was originally. So we can also, preserve some of our other languages by archiving some important words, so that, it won't just go into extinction. And we can introduce some of these, in the digital space, because yes, we have iClouds, we have spaces online that we can preserve some of these things, which will make it, easy for us to document, and also use them in the nearest future. Yes, so I'm still waiting for questions so that I can answer them.
Um, I don't think there are more questions. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you so much, June, for making time to this session. I'm very sure everybody on the call really learned a lot from you. Really, 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 really appreciate your time and, the knowledge you came to share with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we are having another session at 2 p.m. UTC. So you can wait for the session as we wait for more people to join us, and then the session begin. It's going to be another very, very good session as well to learn from. So you can wait on the poll or probably leave and join later, whatever works for you. Thank you so much, everyone. This is Miriam.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from whatever part of the world you're in. It is still day 5 of the African Languages Conference, and we've had series of sessions today. The next session will begin in about 7 minutes, and I'll be bringing the speaker on stage at exactly 2 p.m. UTC. At the meantime, you can invite people from your network to join the next session, which will be on the CBD script. It's going to be an amazing session, and you don't want to miss out on that. There's also interpretation available for all the sessions. Before the next speaker is brought on stage, I'll invite one of the interpreters to give an overview of how that works. For those who missed the previous sessions, you can watch the replay on YouTube and Facebook. For the on-site events, you can watch the replay on Facebook. And for the virtual sessions, you can watch the replay on our YouTube channel, African Languages Conference, AFLC. Hello, everyone. Eyuma Bebelemadu Ejaleni. If you're just joining in, we are about to kick off the next session. This is day 5 of the African Languages Conference, and we are having our 20th session in a few minutes. Before we proceed, I would like to do some housekeeping. I would like to invite Nola from the interpretation team to give us a brief overview for those who would need interpretation on how it works. Hello, Nola.
Thank you. Hello, Miriam. Thank you for giving me the floor. So for those who want to have access to the interpretation services, on Zoom, they need to click on the interpretation button, which is the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Then you can select your preferred language. It can be French, English, Yoruba, or Hausa. You will hear the meeting in the language you selected. English and French are permanently available throughout the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nola. Please, if you have any challenges assessing interpretation, kindly let us know in the chat. At this time, I would like to introduce the next session and the speaker. The next session, which is our 20th session for this conference, is a very interesting one, which is going to look at the movements of the curved lines in CBD revitalization, pluralism, and pedagogy. And our speaker for this session is Jordan Williams, who has much personal research and interest in Ekwe in CBD and Abakwa culture. I think Ekwe is from Calabar, if I'm not mistaken. I actually learned about in CBD late last December, from a friend who practiced the use of InCBD. So for this session, we are going to explore how individuals can engage with InCBD in a modern and teachable way while being educated about one of Africa's oldest writings and its ability to tackle modern issues like social justice, education, religious and cultural tolerance, and linguistic challenges with colonial writing systems. This session will tackle tonality issues and several other benefits to the masses of Black communities worldwide. At this time, I would like to invite on stage our speaker, Jordan Williams. Jordan, you're welcome. You're
Hello,
muted.
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, let me change my background a bit. Okay, let's see.
Welcome, Jordan. Please let me know when you want your slides to go up and I'll share my screen.
Yes, I'll share them right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay, great. Please, while the session is going on, to our attendees, if you have any questions during the course of the session, you can use the Q&A icon to type in your questions, and we'll take questions during the Q&A session.
All right, can you see my screen? I just want to be sure. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, it's still loading. Yes.
Okay.
I can.
All right, everyone, let's start. Hey. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Williams. I am a lexicographer, independent researcher, and graduate from Texas State University. Today's topic will be on InCBD pluralism, pedagogy, and revitalization. Pluralism meaning multiple different ways of life and understanding in the same area. Pedagogy being practice or teaching, and revitalization is just bringing life to something that otherwise would have gone extinct. So this is a synopsis of what we're going to be talking about today. We have the introduction, Incivity synopsis, its decline, its modern pedagogy, its potentials and pluralisms, its challenges and adversities, collaborations and acknowledgements, and then a little visual exercises for you guys to get an understanding when you go. So this is just a brief introduction about me. My name is Jordan Williams. I am a researcher. I have so many different kinds of expertise regarding incivity, but also just other forms of graphic communication within the diaspora and linking it back to the African continent. So many different groups were taken and their material culture survived in many different forms here in the New World. And that has been a lot of my passion, is not only reconnecting people from this side back home, but also people who have lost things in Africa that may survive here in the diaspora. I've collaborated with Odie, Amare, Flavor, so many different figures who've used incivity in their own ways, as well as informally with other different community institutions, both in Nigeria, the UK, and the US. So here's a quick sample of some of the visual work that I've done. I also do some digital work as well. Part of my future endeavors is to document all the individual Okara squares within Okara cloth, which is a ritual cloth of the Ekpe Society. So I've also been featured in The Voice of the Sun as well. Invited as a key panelist to Nyoro Ekpe, which is an Ekpe festival held every December in Nigeria and Cameroon. This is an AR VR video. I don't know if it'll play, but yeah. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me. I want to let this play so you guys get an understanding of what incivity is. Oh wait, no. No. I was trying to pause it so if it wasn't going too fast. My apologies. Oh, okay. Give me one sec. This is a video, by the way, guys.
Hi, Jordan. Does the video have a sound?
Not in the rest of the video, I did have speaking, but in this portion, it was taken out for the video's sake. It was bad for the, I can explain some of these things if you'd like, since I did create the video. Some of these signs are used very famously for love and unity, with two people joined. A lot of the modern pedagogy has been directly derived from artifacts of the past. So I can go back if you'd like to see some of this information here. Yeah, so the modern characters have been directly derived from 4 different categories. So there are new characters, compounds, simplifications, and fully original shapes. So completely untouched and unchanged. More complex ideographs, which would be hard for the average person to write, have been transformed into simplifications. These characters have also been compounded in the past as well on artifacts as well, which you will see later in the presentation. But now they've been adopted essentially to make it easier for the average person to read and write and to bridge multiple different communities who otherwise would not have access to these characters. I will go back to one of the previous categorizations as well. So most people think incivity is just writing. This is false. It is music. There are gestures and hand signs to do. There are verbal chants that are said, and many different things that correspond to incivity. For every sign, there are stories which multiple different grades within ECBET understand, but also it's older than ECBET. It's said to have originated among the Ekoi for Nim rites, which were mermaid rites, and every one of the characters can bend to reflect both sides of a mirror or reflection. So its original use is very curved, whereas when it became appropriated by Ekbe for trade and commerce, it fit a more square-like motif for the documentation and preservation of characters. So nothing has really changed as far as the characters go, more so than their presentation in the modern day. Okay, let me pause this. So this is Victor Ekbuk. He is a very, very famous artist regarding incivity. He's gotten very popular in the West as well. I've seen a lot of his work. He's traveled everywhere. He took a picture in Calabar, which this was also used for this Unicode proposal display, showing that these graphemes haven't just gone missing. These are on buildings. These are in areas that may have seemed overlooked or oftentimes aren't given as much attention as some of the other cultural significant monuments in the area. But we have the characters for heart and love on the building. Oh no, oh my gosh, why does this keep doing Okay, yeah. Alrighty. Yes. So as you can see, we have two characters on the building, which we saw earlier, which represent heart and love. However, these standalone concepts used in native different cultures have now been adopted to make more complex characters. So adding more graphic characters within a set creates now a more complex description or a character set. This is also done in the past, but now it's done more so in a block shape for standardization. So yeah, he has a lot of free form artwork, a lot of beautiful displays. This is Caveman. They have an album with all different kinds of incivity signs. This similar sign that we saw for love here. Leopard. This is riches or moonlight. We have unity, the heart, a mirror, and so many other different signs. And these are the traditional, like the directly non-change traditional signs. So as you can see, they're more complex. There are more features to them, and the average person would take a lot more time to write these. And these are also used more so in courtship. So you might see some of these in the face or on ritual items as well, the more complex looking signs. Odomodo Black, he also has some incivity signs on his album as well. Eastern Vibes, some of the same signs you've seen earlier. This means Leopard's Heart. There is an incivity blog as well where a lot of community users have developed and presented their own things. The Voice of the East has also appropriated some of the modern incivity for their own use. Lots of individual costume wear and just decorations amongst the community has been very insightful as well. So a lot of these signs have just been kind of created from the community and this gone from there. I just really love a lot of the work. It's even been featured in Black Panther, the movie. Oku ID, a diaspora Igbo organization, also uses the characters as well. So these have gone from like no one talking about them and not knowing very much to slowly growing in a community setting. Yeah, so this is a bar in Lagos. A Microsoft building has a certain section that had a bit of the writing on the walls. I've done a business card for a friend. He just asked for some incivity. I just put it on there. It's taking a storm in fashion as well. Many people are trying to adopt the motifs. You see love here again. So Igbo Tees, they made a t-shirt with some of the characters I posted online. This one I really want to point out. Yeah, it was really nice seeing young ladies at a Catholic college, high school, showing off some of the characters. We have Queen here. So these two mean Queen. You see female and elder here, and this is love again. So just seeing it reach out to multiple different groups and how they engage with the character set in its modern and traditional uses has kind of helped remove some of the stigma surrounding incivity. Graphic design, animation. It was even used in a modern, sorry, not modern, modern day beer commercial. Like seeing the actual characters using intense dialogue and portrayal. This is some of my work. But yeah, the beer commercial is still online today. This is a close friend of mine, Chimera. The Nkwoku dictionary also has incivity as well for the public to use and search up as characters are being made and adopted. So that was just more so a display. This is not the whole presentation, just to give you some very quick and brief oversight. Any questions so far? Well, I think we'll actually leave that for the end of this session, but I want to make sure everybody's caught up with what's going on. So okay, so a brief comprehensive overview of incivity, its origins, its forms and uses, its mediums, its proto-Ekpe and post-Ekpe use. So most people associate incivity with Ekpe, but it is actually older than Ekpe. Incivity and its transportation to the West via the transatlantic slave trade. So here we have the incivity scripts as a developed system of communication from what is now known as the in-between of Cameroon and Nigeria today. Many ethnic groups with various different but similar cultures developed a means of trade and communication via graphic signs and music, chants, poetry, several other different mediums. But the primary was music before anything. Music and the drum is a significant part of incivity. Before the appropriation of the characters for trade, far and wide, as far as the Ekpe society goes, it was used amongst trade with different sections of local religious areas with different sects of mermaid and other nature spirit, I don't want to say cults, but beliefs. And eventually this spread from just the esoteric to be used in courtship, to be used in several other facets of life as well, with so many different characters specifically emphasizing love, festivity, and unity. So one of the first myths that we have is the Ebo myth, which refers to the drum. This is a myth that talks about the tale of Unki, who loses a palm nut in a hole, which takes him to the ghost plane. This then causes him to get lost, and he finds a kingdom where at first he's very, very worried, but they assure him that he can go home safely, and they send him home with a drum. When he plays this drum, lots of sweet, good things happen. Lots of great things happen to him when he brings it back home. However, when this happens, a leopard finds out where all this food is coming from and everything and destroys the drum while he leaves to go fetch some more things. The second time when he goes to try and replicate this mistake, the drum that he brings back now creates images that flog and attack people, very much like what some people would say some masquerades do today. So there's this duality of insipidity being of sweetness and of being to hit or beat, to play, but to hit or beat as well, similar to the drum itself. The Ugakima myth. So this is another myth that's very popular. The Ugakima people are a very diverse Ibibioid, Ekoid, and now modern Iboid group of people who live near the Ikorana, part of the Cross River region. And they have a myth that refers to the Idiok teaching them insipidity. So because of their fearlessness, when the baboon messengers came from the trees and showed them their signs, they were able to learn more and more about the people, which eventually accredit them to becoming some of the most knowledgeable in the area. Idiok is said to mean baboon, but is also said to be some of the lost ghosts that are buried, not buried, sorry, that would be in the forest. And some Idiok are also said to be intermediaries on the behalf of Ndem, which live in trees. So coming from the trees to the forests of men, sorry, to the land of men to write signs, which communicate back and forth. There are so many allegories for these things, but that's some of the mythical understandings. Back on the categorizations, the gestural insipidity, verbal insipidity, and pictographic or ideographic signs are three different forms of insipidity that we have immediately available. The chants are some of the most sacred, and the music aspects are some of the most sacred, so they're not readily available. Insipidity among scholars in Nigeria says to date back to 2000 BCE. The consistent records of thousands of symbols with different abstract concepts, actions, and objects, with mediums varying on different styles, with the ground being used in Ikpe insipidity, which is a law or court case, used with a writing of a stick in front of a tree, which is said to house an Ndem or a divinity, and the use of it on skin to record messages, but also for courtship. You can tell someone's age, their occupation, their household, and many, many other aspects of their identity just by reading a few signs on their face. So this isn't just some, pretty adornment for something. It's a very highly coded, very beautiful, multi-purpose aspect of this society and culture. So yes, as I said before, it was used in a lot of the common knowledge aspect for the public, as well as later appropriated by the Ekpe Society. We have an example of the character for drum on stone, on Okara cloth, on a Calabar calabash, on a palm frond, and on the skin of the initiate. So insipidity has been found on various different mediums. It's just unfortunate that a lot of these things are kind of separate from each other. So it's very hard to, well, unless you go to Neuro, you'll see a lot of these things in action. So initiates will have it on their skin. There will be items that you'll see. Insipidity is everywhere, but it seems to be still very growing as a thing amongst the public. So proto-Ekpe and post-Ekpe insipidity. Insipidity before its appropriation by Ekpe was used in native traditions and is said to be taught to priests through mermaids. Insipidity before Ekpe was said to have much more of a curved use to it, a much more curved motif with interlocking or sometimes interwoven characters to create multifaceted and complex scenarios. Whereas insipidity used post-Ekpe is more square-like in the very famous Okara cloth that you'll see today. I'm trying to see if I have some. I'll find it. But yeah, it's very much like a square motif with individual scenes that apply to different myths and rituals within the Ekpe society. So as far as insipidity getting its name as cruel letters or the cutting letters, in Ekoi folklore, there's an occasional myth of insipidity being used as an execution kind of script. So there are, of course, mundane uses and everything like this, but the executioners, who are usually bad people, because Ekpe originated as a policing right? A social policing kind of society as well. As the growing population became more fruitful and people are connecting as well, you want to ensure that things can move around like goods and trade safely for everyone. So some of these signs were used to document criminal activities, as well as they could be marked on certain places for people who were um, accused and now held a trial that they were accused of something and now were found guilty. So you can write the signs on the house, the pathway, and said areas to indicate them as now execution is in some cases, but also imprisonment and enslavement was one of the other options. So as far as material culture goes, we have a Calabar pottery, calabash here, which has some of the incivity signs we saw earlier, drum and unity being the most prominent. On a usan ndem, usan is like a tray in Efik and Ibibio. Ndem is an intermediary. So there are Usana Abasi, which Abasi is the great god, but Ndem are kind of like Catholic saints, so intermediaries, that there are different depictions, which some cases there will be incivity surrounding the dish. This is a brass mermaid dish with some of the depictions having a gourd, a person joining a person with, this is a snake or aquatic person, so a mermaid or a fish person. So the priests or the priest in this case and the mermaid. There are several other different depictions around the plate that give more graphic insight to what's happening. When the plate is in use, it will constantly be filled with water because there will be different scrying rites within the culture, but also as it is a mermaid dish dealing with the water divinity, the supplication here would be filled with water at all times. So even as it's evaporating, making sure that the dish is constantly filled with water was a very, very prominent rite amongst water spirit venerators in that area. We have the drum again showing up here on the calabash with, as I said, characters for drum and unity. Other different pieces as well. So it's not just a standalone motif. It's used often in a lot of drinks surrounding, sorry, not a lot of drink, a lot of drink material surrounding the culture, earlier material cultures of incivity. So we can definitely tell that this was prominent. It's also found on other different motifs as well, such as kara, which is a more modern form of incivity, used for the Ekpe initiates and documenting different liturgy and rites. Face marking. So this is what I was talking about with courtship. So if you wanted to tell a woman by her status or how many children she had, or if she didn't have any children at all, what house she came from, all these other different things, you can write them on the face. As the writings were seen as the reflection of the divine, having something on the face that was a reflection of the divine was seen as very pleasing, not only for both the genders, but also for the prospective mates. I don't say mate, but prospective lover that the person would have, which is why we also have so many different signs for love. The earlier signs for these were used in courtship rather than what would later be war and trade. On a Bakor monolith, an Econ monolith, which these are highly, highly endangered due to the conditions and the lack of protection of the monoliths. Even the monuments in Calabar last year were taken down and replaced with a statue of Jesus and lambs, which there's no issue with, but it's just the replacement culture and the demonization of native culture, which puts a lot of these beautiful material cultures in danger. A play mask. So this is said to be among the Ekoi, but some other rites like the Anang and other groups have similar representations of incivity using this rite. So incivity is not just tied to Ekbet or even some of the mermaid cults. It's also exported to Ekong, like different societies in the area amongst Ibibio, And now all these different groups all the way up until the Ijaws. We actually have some connection with Nsibiti being in the river and delta areas as well, thanks to Aro expansion with the slave trade. And Ekoi Calabash, which is some of the earlier formations of Nsibiti. Mind you, these are all the traditional uses. These are not the modern day uses as well, even though they've had a lot of use and borrowing. So we have drum here again, and this is the character for sacred. It can also be seen as problem. So if something is an issue or to deter issues, this is often used not only in African motifs, but in Western diaspora groups use this sign as well very often. An Oran and Kanda mask, so we see that same sign for unity here, comb, which is very common amongst mermaids and other different water spirits and divinities. The cross sign used in a more adorned kind of use is also on the handle as well as a swastik, which means good luck and blessings here. It is not a negative sign that was later appropriated by the Nazi Party. We see also another version of love here. So like I said, a lot of these signs have to do with beautification and love, desire, and passion, festivity and party more than the negative things that have been ascribed to Nsibiti. So this is the most prominent use of Nsibiti today, which is the Okara cloth. Even today, you can go to Ebonyi State, and if you are an Ekpe member, you can commission Okara cloth to be made for local audiences. Okay. So make sure everybody's catching up, my bad. So yeah, we have individual squares which show individual graphemes and characters. So it may not seem like it's writing yet, but I assure you that every one of these characters has some of the same graphemes within each square, kind of like a picture or a photograph. You snap each picture with different graphic scenes, and now it's commissioned and sewn onto a cloth, which apply to that specific initiate or that lodge or local area, which there are signs that are borrowed and used interchangeably amongst different lodges. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is another example. This is a backdrop of Okara in Arochukwu. So Arochukwu has a lot of Ekpe initiates as they share a lot of borders with Ibibio, Efik, and Ejagum territory. So a lot of the most famous uses of Nsibiti now do have some connection to this group in society. Several other different branches as well. Anywhere there's Ekpe, it's all unified. So there's no tribe really within Ekpe. That's the beauty of it. It's for unity and intercommunication in trade and festivity that many different ethnic groups saw the potential in this, and they pulled together their own skills and talents to create diverse material culture, as you see here. So many different beautiful signs that I cannot wait to put all of this in AR. Here we have another different backdrop, and also the members are wearing these signs as well. All right, now you have to get to the nitty gritty. So Ekpe, Nsibiti, and the transatlantic slave trade, a growing institution. So the Ekpe secret society played a significant role in the context of the slave trade on both sides. So not every Ekpe lodge operates underneath the influence of others. They operate on their own individual basis. The society was transformed both as instrument for bringing good things into the society, but also later with the advent of wealth, some falsified court cases in some areas, different agitated needs, war in some cases, slave raiding amongst other different communities, as well as some Ekpe lodges trying to fight against all of this and trying to determine, what's happening. A lot of this different material later would be transformed into two sides. Many people engaging in raiding using the signs as well as gestures to slave raid, to mark houses, to do things. This is amongst the early Aros and other different, collaborations as well. Some places in Calabar as well, Lords in Calabar as well collaborated. but also many people use the signs to resist. So writing signs let someone know that they would be seized ahead of time. Making certain hand gestures that let people know that you remember so you wouldn't be taken. Very similar to earlier laws that said like Muslims and Christians couldn't be enslaved, though they were still enslaved. Um, Very similarly, ECBE had sanctions that ECBE members were not to be sold, but we still have a lot of the material culture here. So that beckons the question, how did it get here? And we have actual documentation of members who did not agree with certain things or all that other stuff, as is the communal decision. So if everybody kind of outvotes you in some of these hard perspectives, you could be enslaved or sold away. Court cases could be falsified. People wanted to seize land and resources. So many different kind of community structures became completely overturned because of the advent of fast wealth, expanding empire, and growing trade between different ethnic groups. Enslavity and the transatlantic slave trade, the voice of the leopard. So, as Enslavity and ECBE society grew in political power, functioning as a judicial and social institution, where we start seeing the growth of ICBE, which is the law kind of style of Enslavity, the intercurved kind of documentary use that would later become Okara, is used to impose severe sanctions, freeze property, impose fines, detain people, or even execute them, which is when you start seeing Enslavity becoming more so this play, right, becoming more so a executionary or documentary kind of script, letting you know who's to have sanctions, who's to be enslaved, who's to be a free man, all that kind of stuff. Exemplified by ICBE cases, people coming and making their cases known, going to the market, doing different trade things and such. While ECBE was involved in the slave trade, it didn't always support British interests. It kind of supported its native interests in growing its own. Well, and also it's not one entity. So there are multiple different ethnic groups seeing what's going on, wanting to protect themselves, wanting to keep their own local material culture alive, as well as collaborate with other different groups. So you have some people who came together to protect their rights in ECBE, defending against, I don't want to say rogue lodges, because there's no such thing as necessarily a rogue lodge, as they're all their own independent entities, just unified by a core material culture. It just created a very complex situation that could be exploited by external forces. Because of this, we now have material culture of enslavity in Cuba, Haiti, and the southern U.S. So there's in Brazil as well, so many different other communities that may have it, that have brought it to me. I've seen Jamaicans bring enslavity to me, Afro-Hondurans have brought some, Colombians, so many other groups that haven't been focused, but they haven't presented so far what seems to be a dense area of material culture. So there are small instances that we can say that there may have been groups taken there, but such as the Abaquá, certain Haiti, like groups in Haiti use Nsibia as well for their own religious use, as well as some African-American quilt motifs have direct repetitive instances of these uses. So those have kind of been the focus for a lot of my research. The Abaquá Society, which comes from Abaquá in modern day Cross River State, is a secret society in Cuba that has direct roots tracing back to the ECBE Society of the Ejagam, Ibibio, and Igbo people, and several other different ethnic groups, like I said. Even their language is a mixture of a lot of these different ethnic groups. So a lot of people assume that because it's Abaquá, that the majority of the language is Ejagam or even Efik. There are also Ibibio, Igbo, Balondo, and several other different words. There are even like French words, and I think a few Chinese words because of the people that were there. So it just, depends on how you see diaspora, but like a lot of these things have direct communication and direct ancestry to Nigeria and Cuba. Anaforona being the most prominent example. So this later became a direct borrowing of the Ndem use of Nsibidi. So this is often drawn on the ground, in front of trees, or on trees itself. This is a religious use of Nsibidi used for Abakwa society. So this isn't as open as some of the modern characters. This is more so used for Abakwa, which started in the late 18th century, early 19th century, which still Abakwa is still around today. So a lot of this has been a personal interest, tracing how all these signs spread out everywhere, but also how they're used in their local environments. So here, these citations here are direct quotations of Nsibidi material culture that's in a diaspora. So even despite 400 years being apart, a lot of these signs have not changed at all, which is mind-blowing. You think about some of the experiences these people went through, some of the culture being stripped away to now still have your language, and some of the signs that have been preserved and documented in history are still there, despite a whole ocean and 400 years of time. Okay, just want to make sure everyone's doing okay. Yes, we have another instance. This is a very famous motif as well. It's often used when there's any animal sacrifice done. Modern Ekpe in Nigeria and Cameroon, there isn't really any animal rights that are done unless they're private and not known about. The majority of people, like I said, Ekpe is a festivity kind of party event now, whereas some of the earlier roots and some of the mermaid stuff and all the other stuff as I was talking about, which when I say mermaid, I think most of the Africans in here know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's not just some, mythical creature and all this other stuff. These things are also intermixed with Catholicism in the area as well. So a lot of these signs have been applied to not only native rituals, but also syncretized with some biblical instances as well. This sign indicating a animal sacrifice. We have the sign for elder, stick in the hand, two sticks here, which would be the escoba or the broom made from a branch to cleanse the body. And then there's a stick used to execute the goat. This is the character for the ground and the cinder between the horns. So on the ground, a goat, two sticks, the elder, and then, they would proceed to do whatever they would do. This is one of the oldest signs that we have, the two Ebo sticks. This is that sign for elder again, but just crossed. This indicates that this spirit here, the Ireme, that comes from the funerary Idem in Nigeria and Cameroon today, this becomes more so a Anamangui, which comes from Anam Egbe, which I'm crawling. Egbe is to crawl. These words, like I said, aren't just from one language. That's Igbo. So Anam Egbe is to crawl. Anamangui became the surviving interpretation of that, which this masquerade crawls, cleanses the coffin and the body, but also crawls underneath the coffin before it's buried to cleanse underneath as well. Nsibidi in Haiti. So we have direct uses of Nsibidi. Of course, it's been attributed to Congo and Benin. There are some surviving signs of Nsibidi used in Haiti as well, in their Veve signs, which some of these also transported to Louisiana after the Haitian Revolution. Nsibidi in the US, so that sign I showed you earlier, along with several others, I just didn't want to make this presentation too long. There are a lot of these signs used in Underground Railroad motifs that were used to, as they were previously, secretly encoded to help people escape, to help people communicate under the lens of graphic communication. So many people who would see these signs would now have a means of knowing what house to go to, when to move, when to say, when to pack their bags, when to know when someone was here, all these different signs that have similar context in their African untouched kind of, well, pre-colonial context as well. So it's just very beautiful to see a lot of this material culture survive in a in a place that otherwise would have tried to strip a lot of these things away. Okay, so I know that was a lot of information, but now we're getting to the modern stuff. So the characters in art, fashion, video games, and several other different areas. All those characters in the previous slides are more so their traditional senses and how they've spread apart from this original, very localized area in Nigeria and Cameroon. Is everyone doing okay so far? I just want to make sure I'm good on time as well. Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so we have the modern characters in art, fashion, video games, technology, music, education, animation, tattoos. I can think of several other different things that I did not put on this list, but as you can see, it's gotten very, very popular. So modern incivity, often referred to as neo-incivity, which I don't necessarily agree with this name because a lot of these signs, as you can see, are directly derived from ancient contexts. So to say something is new completely is to kind of remove its antiquity. A lot of these signs are directly unchanged, which give them power for the communities that use them. The revitalization effort seeks to make this script more accessible and practical for everyday use. Of the many characters that have been used or created, 2,700 have been created by Chiadiko Nwabani, and 8,900 have been created by myself for various ethnic, language, and religious communities who've used these characters for public and private use. A lot of these characters, as well, as you'll see, the same character can fit multiple different languages, also multiple different beliefs and contexts. So these characters have a lot of potential. If you can read a Yoruba sentence and you're an Igbo person and you learn the characters at a young age, which you would only need 80 or so to learn the thousands of characters because they're combinations, it makes a very, very powerful form of writing. And it's also native to the area. So that already provides enough potential, but also multiple different dialects can use the same character. Even diaspora and African interrelations, there can be a lot of that. So many people are already coming to me here in the States, getting tattoos, making different things, art, all these other different things, as well as the continent as well. But to give acknowledgements, Chiadiko Nwabani, which I accidentally wrote twice, he is the original project creator for neo-incivity, though a lot of research has already been done surrounding incivity far beforehand and will be done so afterwards. He is also a curator of Ukuru, which is a lot of documentation of pre-colonial Igbo culture, which a lot of this work has been significant to my own research, but also the research of other different enthusiasts in the area. Ijema Onzulike, which is the CEO of Nkwoku, and she's an amazing software engineer, also incorporates incivity into her work, as well as Igbo speech data. So she's very keen on helping the preservation of Igbo language through speech, as well as I kind of volunteer putting incivity on the platform. Samuel Gregory Effiong, he is a researcher and senior lecturer at the University of Uyo, though I believe he graduated from Amada Bello, I think. It's a northern university. He's an amazing artist, a very, very amazing school for art. I hope to go to Nigeria and collaborate as well if I get this Fulbright situation right. But a lot of these signs will have had significant reach and just engagement with the local and young audiences. Myself, I'm a typographer, lexicographer, and student researcher, though that typographer part needs to be in parentheses because I'm still getting on the non-Latin aspects of typography. This stuff is kind of hard, y'all. Uche Monago, which is also a researcher, translator, and lexicographer. And then a friend of mine, Cynthia Ellis, who is also a typographer. Okay, so within 5 to 7 years, I didn't put that there, modern incivity has gotten very, very popular, with its potential stemming from linguistic pluralism, cultural pluralism, ethnic pluralism, religious pluralism, all these different forms of multiple people being able to use these characters for their own needs, but also to kind of break from a lot of the social issues that come from these different diverse concepts. Okay, guys, there is a train coming. I live near a train track. I'm going to temporarily mute myself for about a minute or so. Okay, I think it passed. Okay, so some of the challenges to this writing, however, have been the modern standardization and literacy. So it's not a matter of people getting it, it's more so training enough people in the modern script to tell other people about it. So, and there's so many different ethnic groups. So Igbo people have been very passionate and very accepting to the modern script. Other different groups as well. It's just more so now getting to native language speakers, people who are passionate about this stuff, which is it's becoming more and more prominent by day. I'm actually not worried. When I first made a lot of this work in slide work, not for this slide in particular, but more so older versions, I was actually very much like, why am I doing all this? It seems impossible. But more and more local communities, as well as passionate linguists and researchers, have come to me personally wanting to know more and to collaborate. However, I do not have, all the necessary time to always reach out, and I try my best, but a lot of this stuff does require infrastructural development, which that I also hope to go to Nigeria and engage with local communities as well, despite the barriers, to make this more and more available to the average person. So I already showed a lot of these. The ODA album I did not show. Oh yeah, so also in a mermaid style. So this is the vertical use of the writing, which is often used in water spirit motifs, whereas regular left and right or right to left is used in regular reading of the characters. If it's read going up and down, it's to look like falling rain. So when you're reading it, it looks like rain falling from the sky. As I said, it's also used in Black Panther. So here we have for the community, for the Leopard King, and for the nation, or for the people, yeah. There are several different translations for this. Some of the personal, I also make some clothes as well for my personal use, nothing for like commercial means, but I also use the characters in my own expressions. It helps with the work. So as I'm working and doing stuff, wearing some of the stuff too just makes it more worthwhile. Okay, so make sure. Alrighty, will this play? I guess it won't. There was a clip of Incivity in Black Panther as well when several uses I was gonna play. This is also a video explaining how Ikpe Incivity works by the Medicine Show, who's also gotten very popular amongst the community. What is Incivity? So some of the characters up here are more the traditional, whereas these down here are the more modern shape form. Modern logographic and ideographic writing. So here I made a whole chart, some of the radicals, which this isn't all of them, but this is about half of them, which use the traditional character, its modern form, and a visual representation to help you understand. So if I gave you this chart and gave you I would give you a little bit more time just since it's new to you. But if I gave you about a week to remember this and I start putting characters in front of you, you would be able to understand a lot of them. So vision is just person and eyes. Weaving is movement of the loom. Different things that are combined to imply different objects, persons, places, and things and ideas. So very, very easy, very, very quick and easy to write, and also pleasing to the eyes, at least in my opinion. The neography standard for Incivity, in this case, borrows from not only other writing systems, but particularly Okara Incivity with its square block motifs, each character being captured within a square. This kind of philosophy has been applied with the ratios and the creation of new characters. So all this is derived from tree. You have forest, grove, emphasis, roots, vegetable. This is honey because this has a bee on the tree. And this is to fill. So trees fill a space. So many different things here that, of course, it may sound weird at first, but if I gave you enough time, you would be able to read and write these very, very quickly. Yeah, so Incivity functions primarily as ideographic or logographic, though there are some pictorial elements to it. So some characters, though they may seem like one thing, there may be deeper contexts, at least in their traditional sense, to other communities and groups, or other uses of the characters, other stories that may be deeper within the knowledge within the Incivity system. So here you can tell, like, for example, this is child because there's a bigger person, there's a smaller person. Or war because there's two people and a sword in the middle. Things like that, you know. Okay, I hate that this picture came out so blurry. But this was the kind of the pluralism display here I wanted to show. This has aha, afa, ifa, ava, all these different forms of Igbo using the same character. You have Mekom and Mokom, which are Efik and Ibibio, using the same character for a greeting. The religious pluralism here, you have Native traditions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism all being represented under the character, as well as Ekbe, which I did not put Ekbe and the traditional religion underneath the same motif, or sorry, underneath the same categorization. But they all can still borrow and be written underneath the same character. Let me mute myself again. Sorry. Okay, now that that is over, let's see. Yeah, okay, this is another great example. This is a little bit clearer, but it's also great for tonal languages. So in Ibibio and Efik, you have Ikot, for example, which communicate groups. So you have multiple people, a latrine or a natural toilet. So liquid, the person, a tree, someone doing the do on a tree, and Ikot meaning forest. So two trees here indicating forest. So because a lot of African languages, particularly Kwa languages, are tonal, especially in Nigeria and Cameroon as well, a lot of languages are tonal. This helps kind of supply a context indicator. A lot of different scripts have been like experimented in the area with phonetics, which I don't think that would be the best if you have a language that has multiple different words that are spelled exactly the same or sound exactly the same, even down the tone, but mean completely different things. So this helps in that condition because different characters can now be used for the same word. So if I wrote out, and this is also being used for Latin communities as well. So like you don't have to completely forget Latin script. You can write in Latin script like modern day opinion and get the characters that you would need. And you can be trained over time. So I would know that a latrine is different because I would see the character for liquid rather than, you know, a forest or a bush or something like that. Even in Igbo, I showed the same kind of concept being used for aqua. So aqua being cry and aqua being cloth. Anya and Miri being aqua, and then Ncha and Miri being aqua. So you have Miri being in both cases, but you can tell the difference because I is different from like soap. So I and soap help you indicate what's crying and what is a cloth. And it's all visually using the characters. Very easy to draw too. Mandarin works in a or Chinese works in a similar way with multiple communities using Chinese characters, but this is far more simplistic to write in my opinion. Even in Yoruba, Owo meaning hand, and Owo meaning broom, and Owo meaning respect. You have the character for elder. You see the leaf here, and you see a hand here. So different things can give you context as to what's going on in the situation. Very much like how a lot of these African languages already work with using words before and after to give context. What better way than to give a visual interpretation of that as well? This is the use of, I hate that it came out so bad, but a lot of the slides that I made here kind of show Okara and Sividi, which is the traditional use, applied to Abakwaa. So once again, removed completely for 400, 500 years now. But every one of these characters, even if they're made new on to these cloths, still apply to a society that's so far away. And how a lot of these characters also were used in creating the modern script. So I'm taking those graphemes that would have a central ideograph surrounded by supporting radical morphemes and taking those lesser esoteric morphemes and creating combinations for the public to use. So this is a bunch of pictures, it being used in a wedding, media broadcast. It's in Mardi Gras. I saw it in Mardi Gras. I took some pictures. It's old material culture use, Nyoro Ekpe, some mock-up signs I made for like handicap, stop signs, all these different things. The seminar from Nyoro Ekpe, some of the material culture being found in several different areas of the world. And its modern use has become very popular in tattoos as well. So that's why I kind of wanted to show here, as well as just the overall enthusiasm amongst several different age groups. It's not an old or young thing. It's just becoming so beautiful. Even in a wedding, yeah, this is another example, using some of those traditional beautification motifs of love and beauty, male and female, used in a wedding. Also, Ujamaa is said to have the character for Ujamaa, which is one of the days of Kwanzaa, also is said to have roots directly to Nsibidi, though the language spoken is Swahili for a lot of the different days. Even on nail tech. So for the ladies in here, it's been on nails, guys. Like it's literally gotten to the point where it's on nails. I can't think of anything more popular than that. Sunday Chukwu as well, his metal works have gone global. A lot of his works have just reached to a lot of people. A lot of the metal workings that he's done in Enugu, Anambra, and several other areas have gotten a lot of attention to young audiences and older audiences. I've also made a language keyboard. This has Igbo for now, but though it has English as well. I'm trying to get it to adopt to other different languages as well. So I need documentation and direct study with other language communities. Once again, because I am doing all of this completely from passion, it's kind of hard to get the necessary resources at times. Though I do apply to many things and do as much as I can. Oh, I know I'm almost done. I have 3 more slides and I'll be out of here. This would require some community collaboration. Giving these 3 exercises, if you can see that the character here in the center is water and this whole thing means ocean, which one can you guess means an island? And you can just write your comments, your answers in the, in the comments. I just want to check. Okay, seeing a lot of great answers so far. So correct, if you guessed A, you are correct. Correct. Okay, I'm seeing some negative answers, though I want to understand what caused you guys to pick C. Those of you who are picking C. If you can give me a little insight. A huge part of this character set too in its modern context is the morphology. So being able to see something and then as you apply a little bit more detail, kind of like a painting or a picture, a deeper context is given. So just with a little bit of extra detail, you get more context. This means a boat, actually. So this is a mat or a canoe, and then these are multiple different people. The character for liquid here would be for rowing if you were to put it there, but that means a boat necessarily for sea. Yes, the correct answer is A for the last one. Oh, well, this one's kind of a given. I'm not going to do that. I put it in the wrong order. Well, this last one then. If this means the mouth, can you guess which means teeth? Seeing some good work so far. I actually did an experiment with some folks with this. I taught them a few characters and then I kind of like threw them in a scenario. And even without seeing what was around them, they could kind of like, it was kind of a shopping simulation that some of the items were decorated with incivity and stuff, that they were able to purchase what they wanted um, with the writing on it, even though they didn't understand too much. You just took a few items and wrote some characters after teaching. So I'm seeing a lot of good answers so far. It is C, sticks in the mouth. So there are little sticks or digits within the mouth. This is used to represent teeth. If you were to put a stick on the side or an arrow, it would be a toothpick because you now have a spear in the teeth. So things like that, that if you give more context, it becomes more and more complex. Oh, I lied. This is one more character. So we have one more test for you guys. I want to make sure, yeah. Okay, no, I lied. Two more. If this means a sword or a blade, can you guess which is war? All right. See, you guys are already Incivity masters. See, so correct. So far, I'm seeing the correct answer, which is A. Lastly, this is a tree. Can you guess which is roots? Sorry, I'm rushing a bit. I just want to make sure everyone here can have the correct amount of time for the next presentation. And I also want to leave room for questions if you guys have any. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of good answers so far. I'll wait 30 more seconds. Excellent work, guys. I tried to use some simple characters just to not confuse anybody in the earlier uses. But side note, C, if you realize, has the character for mouth and leaf. So it's used to recite or to count something. So when you're looking at a leaf and you speak, you're reading something or reciting something. But that is not the correct answer. The correct answer is B in this case, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, because the character for tree here, you see something underneath it, an arrow indicating something under the tree. All right. And yeah, so while all this has been used to preserve traditional Ekpe culture and their religious identity, modern Incivity uses these graphemes in a public context to fit everyday needs and art communication, public educational narratives, and other uses in simplification and modernization. Conclusion. So yeah, though a lot of this work has been kind of case-to-case basis, a lot of this has been great in collaboration with other different groups. Ekpe Society, Views Project has been great. The Incivity Consortium has been so great in giving me what things I need to get this into Unicode, which a lot of the stuff that we have, we're pretty much almost there. And then the SIO initiative at the University of Berkeley. I also did some stuff with Google to create the language tools keyboard that everyone can go visit. But I believe that's everything. Any questions for you guys for the last 10 minutes?
Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation, Jordan. It was really insightful. I personally have learned a lot about NCBD. I was actually introduced to NCBD in Calabar, Nigeria. So I was trying to get some basic understanding about NCBD. And the question I want to ask has already been asked in the Q&A, so I'm just going to read out the question from Daniami Etirid. And for those in the audience, if you have any question, please type them in the Q&A and I'll be reading them for Jordan to answer. So the first question by Daniami says, great research. Is NCBD taught as a course in any of the linguistic faculties in African universities and in diaspora? That's the first question. And the second is, that's 1B. Is there an institutional strategy to sustain it apart from your individual research? That's for question number 1.
Okay. So to say formally, no, there isn't any real, though there are people trying to, like I said, Samuel Gregory F. Young is one huge figure that's why I also reached out to him as well a few years ago. He's trying to adopt the culture is there, and a lot of it, though it may be, dying in some cases and areas, it's still there, though it's incorporating it into an engaging way for the youth, as well as kind of the stigmatization and everything has kind of made teaching stagnant. As well, a lot of people have forgotten the meanings and signs. Like I always see that there's interesting documentation of history, but a lot of people fail to realize like a lot of material culture was lost. Like all these people understanding these signs that are outside of Africa were literally taken from this area. So knowledge was taken from this area. In the modern day, a lot of people, I have a group, I have a WhatsApp group, as well as other platforms to try and use to teach the characters online. I do hope to do YouTube now that I'm graduated and I have a little bit more time, though I'm trying to, balance things with, I want to save to go to Nigeria and other different things, but I do want to make ways for people to engage with this stuff. But it's happened mostly in individual settings or engaging in group settings. There can be classes collaborated and all these different kind of workshops. I would love for that to happen. I just need to speak to the appropriate figures and people who are actually passionate about this. I'm actually doing a workshop on March 3rd. I'm still going to be online like this for a Calabar Christian college. They're also doing a cultural and heritage day very, very soon. And I'm doing a similar workshop where they're going to be writing out some of these characters. I'm going to be teaching them, how to use some of the same things I told you guys with the dishes and all that stuff. Like these are local cultural materials now being applied to modern contexts. And the fear largely has been some of the religious affiliations. But if every one of the characters can break down to fit any religious narrative within the region, what can you really say? Like, that's been a huge, I would say, determinant for this character set, which now has become more and more possible because I've shown people that it's not a negative thing. So, anything else? Sorry, I want to make sure I'm answering the question.
Yes, you have. If it's not clear, I believe you can put in the chat. The second question is from Pipa Steele. The question is about the arrangements of the text. I was wondering if there are conventions about how signs are arranged in relation to each other, or if the writer can choose how to arrange them.
So what the modern convention is, the image is very, I won't say static, that's not the correct word, but it's stuck in a certain kind of like shape in a modern sense, just to make sure everybody understands and is on the same page, nobody's confused. If it's the same shape, same arrangement for the same idea and concept, even though it might be applied locally in a different region or area or context, that's the modern script. Though, like I said, back in the day, it was for mermaids and water spirits, so they can read both sides, like backwards and forwards. So if you made a character or a combination it can be read one way and then flipped to mean something completely different, and how it's, interwoven. So the character for like love and joining a person, if you flip it, oh, well, a female joining a person, if you flip it over, it's like a male joining a person, which if you put them together, it's unity, it's love, a male and woman together. But it's like two sides of a mirror that you have to see both sides to kind of understand the older versions, because there's so many different interwoven and interconnected characters. I have some, like I write all the time, but as you can see thousands of different, not thousands, but hundreds of different combinations from these same basic motifs that might create so many different further contexts. So I know that was a very poor, display, but I do have a lot of this work, or if you do want to email me or speak to me outside of the session, we can of course talk. But a lot of these signs can be flipped both ways. That's why they're called curved lines. And CBD also means curved lines. The playful lines as well. Any other questions, guys? Oh, okay. I see one on what I did for Jarek. So yeah, a lot of the work says, I want to make sure it's his name, Chukwuemeka. Yeah, Chukwuemeka was the first part of it. And then I believe, let me just go look on the album. I don't have to guess. Perfect, yeah. Chukwuemeka and Chukwuebuka. Yeah, Chukwuebuka. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Is there any other questions? I don't know where our presenter. I want to make sure I'm not taking over anybody else's time or ignoring anybody else's questions. And thank you so much, Pippa. Like, so many things within CBD has kind of been overlooked, but showing that there's also like subject, verb, and object things with combining. Like if you were to take the character for comb and put person in front of it, now it's a personal object. If you put movement in front of it, it's a verb now. Like these characters are much deeper than what they're given credit for. And I just want to make sure the appropriate people get the appropriate credits. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions? Did I miss any?
Thank you very much, Jordan. Sorry, I had a network glitch.
Okay.
Yes, I see no other questions, but I'm just going to take a quick look at the chat. Okay.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, I think that's all for now. Thank you so much, Jordan, for this wonderful presentation. And is there any links you would like to share for people to access resources for NCBD?
I have some stuff, but I don't want to bombard the chat. So if they do, I don't know what medias anybody here has, but we're all in, I believe we're all in the WhatsApp group. If you guys are not in the WhatsApp group, I can put my email here. I'll just put my email in the comments. And if you have any further questions or engagements, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm super passionate about all this stuff, so please do not hesitate with any questions, guys. And other scripts too. NCBD isn't my only passion. It's just one of my main focuses right now. Oh wait, I sent this to one person. Let me put this out to everybody. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Jordan. So Jordan just typed his email in the chat. If you have any further questions or would like to learn more about NCBD, you can email him with your questions or inquiries. And thank you so much, Jordan, for this wonderful presentation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me this year. I appreciate it.
Okay, you're still sharing your screen, Jordan. I think you can stop sharing. Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. That was our 20th session, and today is day 5 of the African Languages Conference. In the next 40 minutes, we'll be having a VIP keynote panel, and it's one you don't want to miss. So you can invite members of your network to be part of that presentation. The next session is sponsored by Silicon from Stanford University. The session is on digital inclusion in the 21st century, opportunities and challenges. And during the session, we'll be featuring Yang Di, Professor of Computer Science at Stanford University. We have Emre Varol, CEO of Africa to Silicon Valley. We have Ming-Fu Lau, linguist at Google, and Simon Chawi, globally renowned type and graphic designer. This session will start in the next 40 minutes, and it's one you don't want to miss. So we would like to encourage you to be on standby for the next session and also share with your network or anyone you know would really benefit from this session. In the meantime, I'll be your DJ. I can play some African music to keep you entertained. Hi, Simon. Would you like to do the audio test before we proceed? Hello, Simon. Are you here? Okay, great. You can speak, please. Let's see if your audio is good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he needs to be moved from attendee to panelist.
Okay, I said that. Done.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Simon.
Hello.
I can hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Good.
Okay. Your audio is good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can the panelists that have joined us try to put on their camera so that we see how it looks like? Simon? Great. Thank you so much for joining us and for coming very early. Do we have any other panelists that have joined us here? Not yet. Okay. So Simon, I think it looks good. We can wait for the others to join us and proceed. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the webinar. For those who are wondering why we're still silent, we have a session in the next 10 minutes. This is the announcement on the screen. So the next session is starting in 10 minutes. So thank you for joining, and we're looking forward to the session. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Hi, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we are waiting for the others to join us.
Okay, sounds good.
Great.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Emery. Thank you so much for joining. We're really happy to have you here. And hi, Dee. I think, hi, Simon. We're just waiting for Ming Fei to join us, and we'll get started right on time here. Hopefully, he'll join us in the next minute. Nice to see all of you. We've been talking all over email, so really great to meet all of you. Hi, I'm Avishta, by the way, and Addie's here as well. We are the co-founders and directors of African Languages Conference, and along with Emmanuel, who's not moderating, but also one of the directors for AFLC. Thank you again for joining us, and everyone in the audience, thank you. And we'll give it another few seconds. Hopefully Ming Fei will join us. And please do feel free to correct me if I'm pronouncing any of your names wrong. I apologize in advance. My name is pronounced as Avishta, and Addie is Addie. Just before we get started, I guess D, is it D?
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah.
D. Okay, great. Thank you. Simon, is it Simon? Simon?
Simon Chowie.
Simon Chowie. Thank you. And Emery, is it Emery? Am I saying that correct?
Yeah,
okay.
you make a perfect job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we'll give, I would very much like to start when Ming Fei is here as well, to give, to open up and give a little bit of context about the subject as well, to talk a little bit about African Languages Conference. So let's give Ming Fei maybe a minute or two, and then we'll get started. Can I quickly check in with everyone to see if you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Yes,
Thank you.
you may want to put it on a slideshow.
Yes, that's
Great.
correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. So I think to respect everybody's time here, I think we're going to get started, and hopefully Mingfield will join us in a little bit. So welcome everyone to day 5 of African Languages Conference. We are here for the last session of the day, but the event continues tomorrow. Last session of the day, but also one of the most highly anticipated session of the conference, which is our VIP keynote panel discussion here with our panelists, Emery Verrill, Dee Yang, and Simon Chowie, moderated by Addie and I. Were the directors and co-founders of African Languages Conference. So today's conversation is about digital inclusion in the 21st century. We're looking at the opportunities and challenges, and we're really hoping that obviously the panelists will be engaged in the conversation, but hopefully we can engage all of you as well through a Q&A. And for that, please use the Q&A chat option, the feature, sorry, on Zoom. All throughout, we'll be receiving your questions, and towards the end, we will be taking your questions for our panelists. So to get started, I'm just going to share a little bit about African Languages Conference, how we got started. talk a little bit about the conference this year. Again, today's day 5. We've had over the last few days, starting with the 21st, we had our opening ceremony, our first day of the conference at the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria. This is the first time we're doing a hybrid conference, and it went amazing. Adi was there together with one of our team members, Omasoye, who's also here with us in the audience. And then over the last few days, we've had more sessions in various African languages. Just to name a few, I believe just today we had a session in Hausa, in Yoruba, in Anang, various African languages. And today, although we're not using any African languages, we will be talking about them. And yeah, so let's get started. African Languages Conference 2025. So, all right, we went over that already. So African Languages Conference is a global platform dedicated to the advancement, preservation, and innovation of African languages. Established in 2022, AFLC, African Languages for short, was created to bridge the gap between language policy, technology, and real-world application. Held annually during African Languages Week, it has become a catalyst for language advocacy and innovation. Now in its 4th edition, AFLC has grown into a leading force for linguistic and digital equity. Each year, it brings together scholars, educators, policymakers, and advocates to promote language rights, multilingual education, and digital inclusion. This milestone edition is especially significant as AFLC 2025 marks the first on-site gathering hosted at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, alongside its global virtual program. AFLC, with its theme, Harnessing African Languages for Digital Transformation and Social Justice, is taking place between February 21st and 28th this year. It explores this theme, and over the last couple of years, we've brought together about more than 1,500 attendees, over 50 speakers, and dozens of sessions in dozens of African languages. AFLC continues to expand its reach and impact globally. In 2024, AFLC became a registered nonprofit organization, reinforcing its commitment to promoting African languages and advancing language and digital rights across Africa. So these are our partners and sponsors this year that has made this event possible. And today's session, this VIP keynote panel discussion, is being sponsored by Silicon at Stanford University. I want to give a special thank you to Professor Thomas Mullaney from Stanford University, who put this panel together, who invited all these wonderful panelists to join us today. So big thank you to Stanford University and Silicon at Stanford University, but also to all of our partners, Bolingo Consult, the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria, the African Academy of Languages, or ACALAN for short, Global Partners International, GPI for short, the Association of Language Companies in Africa, Stanford University, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which AFLC has been a part of since its inception in 2022, and our last sponsor, Gemstones, which is an app completely AI-driven to help people all over the world learn African languages. Welcome, everyone, to day 5 of AFLC 2025. I'm just going to switch up my slides right now. And let's see, Ming-Fei, thank you so much for joining us. I had my slide up, I didn't see you, so thank you for joining us. We're really glad to have you. I just went over a little bit of background about AFLC. So now we'll get started on the panel for today. So give me 1 second, everyone. All right, so we'll be starting with doing a brief introduction of our wonderful panelists here. So we'll be starting with Di Yang, who is an assistant professor in the computer science department at Stanford University, also affiliated with Stanford NLP Group, Stanford HCI Group, and Stanford Human-Centered AI Institute. Her research focuses on socially aware natural language processing with an intertwined synthesis of machine learning and social impact. She is a recipient of the IEEE AI 10 to Watch Award in 2020, Microsoft Research Faculty Fellowship in 2021, NSF Career Award in 2022, and ONR Young Investigator Award in 2023, and a Sloan Research Fellowship recipient in 2024. Her work has received multiple paper awards or nominations at top NLP and HCI conferences. Next, we have Emery Verrill, CEO of African to Silicon Valley, or A2SV for short. Emery Verrill is the founder and CEO of A2SV, Africa's leading tech academy and incubator, training over 800 engineers across 20 African countries and driving AI innovation through education and entrepreneurship. With a background in software engineering and machine learning at Google, Palantir, and Liftoff, Emery is committed to empowering African talent, tech talent, and bridging the global digital divide. So welcome, Emery and Dee. I'm now going to mute, and Adi will take over.
All right, thank you very much, Avishta. I have the pleasure of introducing Ming-Fei and Simon, and I'll start with Ming-Fei. Ming-Fei Lo is a linguist currently working at Google and a member of the Linguistic Society of Hong Kong Jetpyong Work Group. He is a co-founder of Canclade, a work group that created the most widely adopted Cantonese IME lexicon, known as Rhyme Cantonese, and pushed Apple, Google, Sobu, and other major tech companies to add keyboard support for Cantonese. He also led the data collection and evaluation efforts of Google Translate Cantonese, launched in June last year. He is generally interested in the social dynamics of underrepresented languages and is a firm advocate of digital equality for human languages. The next panelist is Simon Chawe. He's a renowned type designer, font developer, and creative director, specializing in Latin extended and African script. He is a graduate of the MFA Graphic Design program at Yale School of Arts. He serves as head of communications and brand strat at Ubani. As a 2024-2025 Silicon Practitioners Fellow, he is advancing glyph extensions for Dangme and presented at the Stanford Silicon 2025 Face Interface Conference. Simon believes that digital inclusion is not only about integrating writing systems or languages into digital platforms, but also about involving people, institutions, and infrastructure within underserved or digitally disadvantaged language communities in Africa. On that note, I really want to say a big thank you to all our highly esteemed panelists here for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. All right, so we'll get started with our series of questions for today. So the first one is open to everyone, and let's see here. So the first question is, digital inclusion means different things across disciplines, from AI and machine learning to entrepreneurship and design. In your work, how do you define digital inclusion, and what are the biggest gaps that still exist in making technology truly accessible for digitally disadvantaged communities? Now, in this panel, I want to say that we are using the term digitally disadvantaged, but as we know, there are various terms that we use globally in different contexts to refer to the same group of languages. So this question goes to the whole panel, and perhaps we can start with Dee, then we'll go to Emery, Mingfei, and finally to Simon.
Okay, this is a great question. So I work on natural language processing, specifically related to low resource language and dialects. One of the example we have been working on with my students is to look at global Englishes. So English has been like the widely used language when people build today's digital technologies. And we found that even within English, if people speak African American vernacular English or Nigerian English or English from different countries, our study showed that there is performance disparity across speakers. And today's model, even the very, very powerful ones like models we recently talking about, like GPT-3, ChatGPT, all suffer from this kind of performance gaps. And then with this kind of phenomenon, my own group has been building technology solutions, such as how we could leverage more efficient machine learning algorithms that can work for languages, even if we only have limited amount of data for each specific dialect. So this is how we approach this kind of digitally disadvantaged presence of languages. I think to kind of reflect on this journey, there are a few big gaps that we see in today's technology. First is that data set is not there, especially if we want to move to like Swahili or other kind of languages. There are not a lot of those data sets. As a result, we cannot test today's AI with those specific languages. This is like one of them. The second is around more like a culture and a lot of the norms and the values embedded in each society. Language is not only just words and grammars. There are a lot of cultural phenomena encoded in language. So even today's AI could recognize some of the languages. It may not be able to understand the cultural norms. And as a result, it's only like understanding the words or the grammar level. So how to really include not only just language themselves, but also the culture diversity into the process is very, very challenging. The third, I think, is actually the inclusion of native speakers in the process. I think a lot of the times we are thinking about building technologies, but it's really about could we or do local people really want their language to be included? And if so, what would be some responsible ways of making it happen rather than like researchers making the normative judge from the other side? So I think how to create a very organic process where local speakers, native speakers could work with researchers at different stage of model development so that we can really build AI that can understand diverse languages from the world would be very, very critical.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dee. So you named 3 very important points to answer the question with, I think, in my opinion, the last one, the inclusion of the native speakers, the local speakers, participating in the process in digitizing the language and really creating a sense of inclusion. And, you know, this is the first time I'm actually hearing someone speaking about it this way. Do they want it? Do they actually want it? It's not just about involving them in the process, but do they include them? Yes, but do they actually want that for their language? This is honestly the first time I'm hearing someone speak about this topic this way. So thank you so much for bringing such an important point up. So next up, we have Emery. Same question. I can repeat it. Would you like me to, or you're good? You can go ahead if you're ready. All right, go ahead.
Yes. So there are like 3 pillars that I want to bring to the table about digital inclusion. Number 1, so Africa population is about 20% of the world's population, almost like 1.5 billion, little less than 20%. And when we look at the large language models, the data that they train on, usually African data is around 1%. So you can see the huge discrepancy. How much is the population representation and how much of the data is there? So what kind of consequences this has? First off, the results that we get from LLMs are not as applicable in the local circumstances in Africa as they are in the developed world. For example, in Ethiopian cuisine, there is injera. So this is very different than other types of bread supplements I have seen in the rest of the world. And like if like one of the products we are building is supporting pregnant ladies in Africa. And then pregnant ladies ask for nutrition advice. If the answer comes with, hey, please mix with some goat's milk yogurt with quinoa seeds, these are not easily accessible materials in the local shops. So it's not going to be very helpful. Like when the representation doesn't match the people ratio, then we get this type of consequences. And this makes these very powerful tools less effective for, let's say, many digitally disadvantaged regions. So in that regard, I find it very important that inclusion of these languages, like different dialects, different, let's say, languages being included in these models and providing solutions is going to help closing this digital divide. Next, awareness. So we can only get advantage of things that we know. When people don't know how powerful these tools can be, they don't even give it a try. So one example, we know how powerful these models are when it comes to content creation. I have a conversation with one of the big bosses in Ethiopian media. So the guy is the CEO for the company. There are hundreds of people in the organization. And I am trying to explain him how powerful these models are. And if their employees learn about them, they can do their job with a higher quality in a shorter time. And he even refuses to take a look. So when you have such kind of, let's say, biases at the top level, of course, it's going to take a long time to implement this in the lower levels. So the two pillars I mentioned, these are the problems. But the third one is actually an advantage because we know that 70% of African population is under age 30. So 70% of 1.5 billion is still above a billion. So it means there are so many very young, very adaptive individuals. If we can give them the necessary tools to contribute to the science of it, to help these languages represented in these models, then we can actually make their lives a lot more productive. So it's not just about the problems. If we can somehow connect the dots, there is also big potential to enable so many people to do greater things. Thank you.
Thank you, Emery. And this is exactly what you're doing in Africa to Silicon Valley, right? You are helping, the young talent in all across Africa, over in 20 plus countries already, to help develop their skills and help use technology as a way to address the challenges faced by the people all over the continent. So wonderful job. Thank you so much, Emery. We are going to go to Ming Fei now. Same question to you, Ming Fei. I can repeat the question if you like, but if you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Dee and Emery already gave great points, so I'll just add to their points. I actually want to emphasize one point that Dee brought up about digital inclusion, which is whether the community actually want to be included. I think this is like very important. Like I know I know our panel is about technology, but I just don't want to like ignore the elephant in the room because like based on my experience working with a few languages, language revitalization project, I think like the biggest challenges that I was ever faced with are almost always socio-political rather than technological. So it's like political challenges are always the most difficult ones to solve. And I rarely worry about technology stuffs because technologies are just, very straightforward and predictable and controllable. I can give you a recent example. So in one of my recent projects, I interview I think like 4 or 5 West African people. They are native Bambara speakers and let me think, and Wolof speakers and some Fulani speakers. Yes. So I showed them the the data sets of Fulani written in Atlam and Bambara written in Anko script. And they, like, to my surprise, all of them told me that they have never seen the Anko script or the Atlam script before in their life. So I was like pretty surprised. So, I thought like Anko script is a relatively popular script, is like gaining popularity in West Africa, but it seems like none of them actually seen it. So like I think this is like a very good example. Like even if we want to add support, I mean, from a like a top-down perspective for big tech companies and these official entities, even if we want to add support for these languages, do people actually accept that? Right? So it's like if the language community, they say, oh, I mean, we never write down our languages. we don't have text, we don't have scripts, or like we are not used to these scripts, then what's the point of building these texts for them? Like also, like when I was like pushing products in these big tech companies, like the most frequent question that I was challenged was that, like, even if we support this language in our products, will anyone use it? Right? So it's like if we add that support, like nobody would use it, then we're wasting time and money. Then why would we need to include this product? So that's actually a very like a fundamental problem, right? I think like for many language activists, the first thing you need to think about is that you are actually doing a social movement, essentially, rather than like doing I don't know, like building a product or something. You need to like think about the big picture. It's like you are essentially like promoting literacy or like establishing the tradition of people like treating their language as a national level, like an is fully institutionalized language rather than your like your native vernacular dialect traditionally. So you're actually like shaping the future or like establishing such a tradition. So yeah, I would say like that is probably like the most fundamental thing like towards digital inclusion.
Thank you so much, Mingfei. I was looking at everybody's faces as you were talking. I think Simon is ready to respond, right, to what Mingfei has been saying, because I read your bio and I know you may have some different ideas there to what he said. So please go ahead if you're ready.
Yeah, thank you so much, as we start. And also, Mingfei, I really will start off from what Mingfei has actually elaborated on, which speaks directly to some of the advocacy work I've been doing around African scripts. And as a type designer, as you're saying rightly, you mentioned something that communities want to be included. And that's the thing. So digital inclusion, for the idea of maybe providing broadband or internet access or actually having text as data to be read, is not really the full idea of what digital inclusion means to some of us. What it actually means is actually the community people. How do we involve people? So the problem usually is not, as you're saying, it's not necessarily a technological gap, but it also has to do with a lot of even language institutions in Africa, like major language institutions in Africa, do not even understand some of these problems we are talking about here today. And if they are language institutions like the government, I'm talking about not even community language associations, but I'm talking about language institutions like government ministries. They don't even understand the scale of some of these things we are talking about. So it starts from first educating people about this kind of problem. And to start this, then government policies on language technology often have a very weak or inadequate policies. And this is why also tech companies, major tech companies, will not have the incentive to actually invest in these kind of local solutions that are coming out from these communities. So that is the first thing. How do we involve people? How do we involve these institutions? For example, I like to mention what Silicon is doing, Stanford Silicon, the Type Design Incubator Program. This is specifically tailored towards targeting people from those kind of underserved communities to be trained as type designers. So we are talking about we need to have our own specialists, right? Most of the projects, if you see from a lot of projects that are seen ongoing, you see that there is a very good, very generous offer of trying to help these communities. But the problem, as Mintfi said, is that we are not, these communities from African regions are not actually included. Usually you see that specialists from the West, part of institutions in the West, contact few people or one or two persons from the community, and then they said that is it. Then they begin to encode the language, which are not adequate. Even if you have fonts designed for some of these scripts, they are not actually adequately developed. They are not well done. And also one thing you mentioned in the interview, I think Jordan Williams, when I was watching his presentation, is that some of these African scripts have very cultural forms and linguistic nuances that are very complex. And it will take someone from a native speaker from that culture or a specialist from that culture to actually be trained to be part of the process of what digital inclusions. So these are like the major problems. Like, how do we include government institutions? How do we include specialists like font engineers? How do we even train type designers themselves, right? How do we train type designers, some people, to become font engineers? Because we understand, I was working with someone for the Gary script, and I realized that even though Gary has been encoded, you notice that, well, the font, to my kind of analysis, has not been well developed. And even to the person I'm speaking to, who is like the son of the son of the font, like the one who created the script used for Wolof language, you see that he's mentioning that a lot of the scripts have not been drawn well or are inaccurate. So you see, it comes back to, are you actually including the people? So including for numbers, counting, we've included 500 scripts, we've included this, sometimes it's just a narrative, which I think is what the real challenge we are looking at need to be solved. And there's a lot I will be elaborating on, as I think there is a lot of questions which speaks to some specific things I want to talk about. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Simon, Emery D, and Ming-Fei, for your contribution to the first question. I will just pick on one thing that Simon said that was also reflected in yesterday's conversation about the workshop called Script Incubator that was led by Tim Brooks yesterday. And he said something that I think most of us here who advocate for language, we sometimes forget. We talk about language a lot, we advocate for language, and we sometimes forget about the script and the writing system. This is a big part. We talk a lot about preservation of languages, but we don't talk enough about the writing system, the script, making language accessible, whether it's digitally or to the person, is also making sure that there's a writing system available. And this is where Simon really comes in with his expertise, with creating, designing, working with the people to make their language more accessible. So yeah, great point that you brought up, Tarazin, and I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later on in the conversation. So I'm going to come off screen now, and Adi will pick up on the second question. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much, Abishta. Thank you to the panelists for this great insight. During when Emery was speaking, he touched on the fact that African languages are currently less than 1% of internet data online, and this is quite interesting. I mentioned the same thing during the on-site event that we had in Port Harcourt. So there's a follow-up question that I want to find out, and so the question is the following. We know that many languages have low presence online, and the majority of African languages actually fall under this category because they lack the resources that we need to build robust AI tools. So based on your experience, what do you think are some of the best approaches that we can use to expand data sets for improving AI-driven tools for languages with a limited digital presence? So the question is for Ming-Fei and Dee, if she's still here with us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to get us started first. I think this is a great question. We have been thinking about, especially for people who are building technical solutions, this is one of the topic that we really need to think about. So we call this more like low resource data settings. And fortunately, these days, with the advancement of large language models, our base models are very, very powerful. So they actually provide a good initialization of internet knowledge. And for a low resource language that has not a lot of presence online, technology can actually be designed to do this efficient adaptation. That is, even if we only have a very small amount of data or data set about a target language, we could design efficient learning algorithms to update some parts of the model so that it works well for this target language. So I think there has been a lot of technical efforts from machine learning community and the natural language processing community to look at this. This is more at the model level. And from a data perspective, I want to emphasize that there has been a lot of really good community efforts, especially thinking about the open community efforts, where researchers from all over the world could potentially contribute to a data set that represents not a very well represented language. There has been several organizations like that where I remember one organization actually look at different African languages and then try to put together repository or data set and benchmarks. So this actually includes how to teach modern AI to answer questions in several, I think they look at over 12 African languages. And then also trying to see, can we make sure today's large language models understand the diverse languages? And if you think about the model development process, the reason why I mentioned that we need to really align those with what humans want is in the construction of AI models, there is one stage called learning from human preference. So in addition to collecting data so that we can train models, we also want to make sure the final AI models are aligned with local users' preference. And that stage, I think a lot of the human-centered design principles, such as involving native speakers in the process so that they can decide which is more preferred based on their culture and background. So I think the data set collection actually stay at multiple levels, and they all need to kind of have this human-centered principle there. But like just to summarize what I said, I think from a technical perspective, there has been efforts such as like low rank adaptation, efficient adaptation to make sure that we could build very efficient models, even we have limited amount of data. And then from a data perspective, we really need to rely on these community efforts where working with native speakers to collect data. And not only just like a text and the scripts, one thing I want to just briefly mention is audio data is also a great modality to think about, because with audio, we can actually preserve a lot of information about the language themselves rather than just typing.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the audio part, because we know that in Africa, many of our traditions were oral. And so we're able to keep a lot of these oral traditions. And so it's really important to mention that as well. Thank you so much. Ming-Fei, do you want to come up?
Yeah.
So
I'll start about the text data first, and then I'll talk about audio. So I think the question mentioned that why there's like a lack of data, right? Like if we dig into the root cause of the lack of of text data, we know that it's because people are not used to reading and writing their own language, right? Why are people not used to reading and writing their language? Because there's simply no such tradition. The language is unwritten, right? This is actually very common among all human languages, not only African languages. In Arabic world, Japanese world, the Chinese world, like everybody is counted as literate. I mean, according to the official statistics, but very few of them actually read and write their mother tongue. So from that definition, people are illiterate in their mother tongue. So you can say that like it's the same in China, like everybody can read and write Mandarin, but you can almost never see anyone that writes Shanghainese, right? So that's a very major problem. Like you can say that people are illiterate of like reading and writing Shanghainese. The same also holds true for African languages. I know that in Senegal and Ivory Coast, right, like most people are very proficient with French. They can read and write French, but they very rarely read and write Wolof or other, native African languages. So what you are doing is that like what you need to do is actually establishing a tradition of like reading and writing their own language. So it's like telling people that you don't need to read and write the official language, like the institutionalized language, but also you can actually read and write your vernacular dialect, like your mother tongue. So that is the root cause of like the lack of data. If you actually encourage people, like first, with various means to let people start writing and reading Wolof, like native Wolof text rather than French, then it is like the fundamental solution to creating more data like on the internet. Because I'll talk about audio data later, but most of the AI tools nowadays are all text-based. So eventually at some stage you will have to rely on some text data, and all the LLM pre-training data set, they come from the public domain internet, which is like Twitter posts or Reddit posts. So even if you are a native, I don't know, like a Bambara speaker, Wolof speaker, like these native language speakers, but if you read and write French only, you are still like not increasing your presence of your language on the internet. So like my efforts in Cantonese is like similar. What I have been doing all the time is like encouraging people to start reading and writing Cantonese rather than reading and writing standard written Chinese, which is essentially Mandarin. So that is you can say like another social movement you need to do. So I would say so that's the text part of the sorry, to the question. And then about the audios, yes, audio is also very important. Like it's also like it's also like about creating public domain data on the internet, which is like uploading YouTube or TikTok videos or audios, creating data sets in the internet. But just keep in mind that audio has a relatively low information density. So like for intelligence-based products, they usually just use text models rather than like audio data. Yeah, that's pretty much my answer. So to sum up, I think this is essentially like a social movement that you actually need to have some literacy reduction program to encourage people read and write their own language.
Yeah, that's really perfect. And it reminds me of an example that I usually give during such conferences. So in Ghana, there's a major language that is mostly used by a lot of people. It's called Twi. And you will find that the radio stations that broadcast in this language, they all have websites, right? But although they broadcast in the language, they write their website, their news website is in English. It's not in the language, but they broadcast in the local language. And so I'm sure it's the same thing happening in other countries. The same thing in Senegal for Wolof, the same thing in Mali for Bambara, and so on and so forth. So I definitely agree with you that we need to start the advocacy from there, making people to write and read their own languages so that we are not illiterate in our own mother tongue. So thank you so much for that. It was very, very enlightening. Over to you, Avishta.
Thank you so much, both DE and Mingfei, for answering the last question. For section 1, which was focused on AI technology and expanding access. So the second section is ethical AI and inclusive technology. Before we move on to that question, though, I would very much like to kind of pick up on what Mingfei said, but look at a different part of Africa. My personal context, which is Mauritius, where you don't find an indigenous language, but you will find Creole communities and a Creole language called Creole Mauricien, or Mauritian Creole in English. So with what you said, Mingfei, I happen to be one of those people, unfortunately, because I grew up in Mauritius and spent a little bit less than half of my life there. And I like Adi, we often talk about our personal context too in conferences. So I grew up in Mauritius, and the language I learned it from a very young age, Mauritian Creole. And when I left the country, is when I realized that people can actually read and write the language now. So over the last, 2 decades, there's been a movement where this contact language went from being stigmatized, because that is the main issue with why people don't read and write their mother tongue, is because of so much stigma, which is found in many of those countries that are similar, that have similar history as to Mauritius, and many countries in Africa and all over the world. Where you find that colonial languages are celebrated, very much like what Adi said, over the radio. There are channels where Mauritian Creole is being spoken, but when you go on their websites and you go everywhere else, everything is written in French. The lingua franca is Mauritian Creole, but everything is available in French, or at the government level, institutional level, you find everything in English as well, even though everyone speaks Creole, right? So until recently, there wasn't the ability for people who are millennials and older to be able to write in their language. There are now courses at the university where people can actually do that. And that is because people have advocated for Mauritian Creole to be to have a standardized writing system. So now there's a way to write, but unfortunately, I left the country too soon, and I don't know how to write in my language. I'm fluent, but I don't know how to write in my language. And my ability to learn that at this point is very restricted, because I'm not in the country anymore. And some of these courses that are available for people to learn how to write in their language is not available online yet. So I completely understand what you're saying. Literacy in the language, to read and write in your language, is one of the first steps that people need to take to get to what we're envisioning for digital inclusion. So thank you for that. Moving on to the next question now. So the next section is on ethical AI and inclusive technology. And this question can go to everyone in the panel here. I would very much like to hear from Emery and Simon again. So feel free to answer this question, or Mingfei or Dee. So AI-powered tools often favor dominant languages, as we've been talking about, leaving others behind. How can we ensure that AI and deep learning models are built in ways that promote digital equity rather than reinforcing language-based exclusion?
Now, maybe I can start. So my approach for this is empowering people who are the native speakers of those languages to understand the technology and contribute at a deeper level. Because it's great that we connect with some people in Africa to increase our dataset coverage. But imagine, what if we have engineers who know machine learning, who understand about linguistics, who have the know-how to contribute to the training of these models, and they are trying to solve these problems with their local connections, with their local know-how and experience about the culture and the language. So this is the approach we are taking at A2SV. And of course, there may be some other approaches as well. But I believe the key here is empowering the people, contribute to the building of these technologies so that it's going to be more native. Like, I don't think I can solve Africa's problems, but if I pass my know-how to Africans, Africans can solve Africa's problems. And I think this also fits into this concept as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Emery. Wonderful. Simon, if you want to jump in, or Dee or Mingfei, go ahead.
Okay, I think on Emery's presentation, I like that he said it's all about empowering the people. And I think for me, that has always been the issue, because myself as a type designer, my goal is to be able to contribute immensely to things like natural language processing, like OCR and the HTR kind of works tools. Those are things that I'm really interested in. But then our goal, let's say African institutions in Ghana or government do not have kind of funding or support to train people like my type, my kind. I'm a type designer. There are a lot of things I want to learn about font engineering, being a font developer for specific for African script or minority scripts. But then you see that always the funding usually goes in for Latin-based typography. So like glyph extensions for Latin-based typography, but not too much for, even there are some projects that I know some of our, in our African type designers community, there are some of the designers that have been assigned to work on African scripts. But then after the script has been actually designed, the next step is actually being able to involve developers or engineers to actually do more beyond just including, let's just say, assigning Unicode code points to these glyphs, but also being able to actually have, even tech companies actually default to having Latin-based typography on their apps more than any African scripts, right? Even though now we have Tiffany, we have Inco and the rest of LAMP as script that can be have on some of these applications. So I think it's more about training. And that is why, for me, I always kind of beginning to almost advocate and praise the work of Silicon, advocating for the Type Incubator Program, which will have encouraged a lot of African type designers to actually take that kind of course. Even though it's not an advanced type of, which is what some of us are looking for, it is something worthwhile to actually, it's like beginning. And I believe with the right funding, there could be much support where there are a lot of people who will be interested in actually, I know Orion Yusuf and Happy, I forgot the other name. They are students in post, they are like PhD and postdoc students who are into machine learning and natural language processing. And there could be more kind of funding towards actually encouraging people who are interested in this, who are actually coming from those native speaking communities to actually become expert or specialist in actually developing, solving their own problem, as Emre was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. You brought up a very important part of this process, which is funding. And this is part of the next section where we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So, but before we get there, let's hear from Dee or Mingfei. If you want to jump in, feel free.
I want to bring up a different issue here. So I think in order for us to potentially build technologies that can promote digital equity, I think one very important effort today is to understand in what ways current AI or large language models are like amplifying or introducing biases, etc., etc. So this probably seems like, oh, it's intuitive and straightforward, and we have some evidence. But I think formally finding out or auditing models or visualizing those kind of issues and documenting them into certain problems will enable the technical community to contribute more. I know there are a lot of researchers who really want to build inclusive technologies that serve for all. But then sometimes there is an information gap between people who suffer from those issues and people who want to build technologies. So I think in order to eventually promote equity here, how to find the problems or audit those models or analyze, interpret what those models are doing wrong or amplifying biases are also very, very important.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Simon. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I like what Dee has just said, that it reminds me of some aspect of when it comes to equity. So I know we have, I think UNESCO has a world atlas of languages, which is kind of tracking the progress of language status of language development. But then I was thinking about it, and I was trying to work with some of my colleagues to kind of derive a kind of a data set, not only just seeing those, but how about we have a kind of a collaborative work with the community, the various language communities, the institutions, including even universities, because we should have some of these curriculum actually in our own indigenous languages, those to begin with. We should have culturally relevant training education materials, right? So what if we have this kind of data set, like the World Atlas of Language specific to these communities, where we are able to track every language development, who is working on, which specialists are needed, what kind of specialists we need to train, what kind of funding. If that can be done, I think that would be very, very useful in actually making sure that we know what we are dealing with, because sometimes it's like the conversation is very broad and we are not actually seeing at a go what we are actually dealing with. And there are different SEAL, by Stanford, there are different opportunities out there that are working collaboratively with separate communities. But I wish if we could actually have all of these in a kind of collaborative work with UNESCO, Unicode, and some of the major tech companies. That would be very helpful to have that kind of data set that tracks that kind of fund development and other language processing for indigenous language.
Yeah, I also shared a link. This is actually one of those similar organizations that actually do a lot of open community efforts to build the data sets and the models for African languages. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. For the sake of time, as we only have about half an hour left, I want to make sure that we get through all of the questions. So the next one, Adi will take over and talk about section number 3, which is entrepreneurship, investment, and innovation. Go ahead, Adi.
All right, thank you, Avishta. So currently we know of like major tech giants that are localizing into several African languages. And one key question is, what are the criteria or what's the metric that they're using to choose these African languages to work on? And we also know that there are several innovations focusing on digital inclusion that struggle with sustainability due to the limited commercial demand. And so the question here is, how can we ensure that these big tech giants and all the people in the tech space, all the stakeholders, tech incubators, research bodies, how are they able to support these tools so that they are able to be viable despite the lack of market potential, for instance? So this question is for Emre, and then Simon can come in as well.
Adi, thank you very much. We are actually looking into a chicken egg problem here, because when we don't have the necessary tools that are going to help African businesses to thrive, the African businesses are not going to grow and become important markets for the big tech. So without the tools, we don't see the growth. And before that growth happens, these markets are very little in comparison to the developed world's tech markets. So in that regard, it's very hard for companies to see a commercial objective of including these languages, which are spoken by very little percent of the whole world population. So I think there will be stages. Like first off, some African languages are spoken by more people. There are some African languages spoken by millions of people. I think first investing in them is definitely going to increase the inclusion. And some businesses who are providing solutions in those languages are going to start taking advantage of that. So I can give an example from Ethiopia. So the earliest large language models, they weren't great in Amharic. Like when we were testing them, by the way, Amharic is the second most spoken language in Ethiopia after Afan Oromo. And when we checked the performance with the earlier models, like it wasn't even useful for anything because it is misleading. Like the accuracy was way below than acceptable range. But as these models get better, we actually start seeing a huge increase in the performance. Like now they are still not perfect, but it definitely gives you the main context. And in domains that are not very sensitive, like healthcare, these are usable. You know, in education, if you say something wrong, let's say 1 out of 100 times, this is not the end of the world. But in healthcare, this may be the end of the world for a person, so you may not want to take that risk. So my recommendation is starting from African languages that are spoken by many people, and then showing those native speakers the benefits of these tools. And then there will be larger adoption. The larger adoption is going to bring more productivity to the markets, and then Africa's pie is going to get bigger, and then this is going to attract more investment for hopefully less represented languages in the future. So I think like if the companies make the decision of heavily investing in those African languages that are spoken by many people, this is going to be a great next step. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So Simon, Emery is saying that we start with the languages that have, much more speakers, and then we narrow it down to the other languages. What are your views on that?
Yes, I think that is usually the model, even for languages that need to be encoded. For any language, we have this data, which was worked on by Orion, Charles Raleigh, and Jacob Tim Brooks, which is basically an update of the implementations or status of African scripts by Unicode. So you have languages like scripts that have been encoded and those that have not been encoded yet. And before you actually meet Unicode, like you send in a proposal, they want to see the use case threshold. So as you're saying, rightly saying, we need to begin with those that are actually being used by broader regions, especially even the Pan-African Design Institute, which is the Design Council of Africa. They have these kind of conversations many times where they are trying to identify one or two unique languages, which is used by like most of the majority of Africans across the 5 regions. And project like that could be something that I think the role, what to add to what Emery said, my submission would just be on the idea that I think it's not just about sorting for funding or support from outside Africa, but it also has to be something, an intentional step that our governments and language institutions need to make. It's not part of it's like these things are not part of, when growing up, we have this program, Ezekiel Nancy program, which kind of is like a folklore program that teaches us using the Ghanaian language, the Twi, as Abby has just said. And these programs all have been stripped off, like due to lack of funding. So I think there need to be some form of intentional strategy, policies, and practices, even to actually, as a tile designer, to develop a font for a particular language. There need to be very proper documented orthographic guidelines. There need to be typographic guidelines. Currently, I'm working on Gary, and you see that I have to frequently go to the creator, the son of the creator, to actually be able to have a proper documentation about what I'm trying to make. So there needs to be something more intentional step from our government, and this cannot be done even by themselves alone, but they could collaborate with UNESCO and other institutions out there. It needs to be part of our actual development as a country or as a continent. So that's the step, I think, because there are even local solutions within even Ghana and other African countries that I know. For example, Paul Azuri has been working extensively on AI and language models and things like that, translations and things like that. He has translation apps for most of African languages. But these projects are usually not what supported, having received full funding, well, either by government or from external sources. And then tech companies also, because some of the government do not have the right policies, there's no incentive for them to invest in these local solutions. So I think that the opportunity is out there, but then the challenge has to do with being intentional about language development is the first step. I think our government needs to actually play a role also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Avishta.
Thank you very much, Emery and Simon. Unfortunately, Mingfei had to get going to his next meeting, but I just wanted to say, he's already gone, but I still want to say thank you so much for his contribution. It was wonderful hearing from him and all of you too so far. I hope the couple of you that are left are able to stay until the end. We won't be going for too long, much longer, just about 20 minutes. I just, again, want to say thank you to Simon and Emery for answering this last question. I feel like I had said earlier that we would talk a little bit more about funding, but we did not. So I wonder if, you know, a big part of this to be able to talk about all these initiatives and projects that are going on, we know that funding is a big part of that. And I think Min-Fei was the person who mentioned earlier that it is part of the issue is why tech companies are not investing is because there's a lack of education from the language institutions themselves and the government, like the ministries. They are not even I believe he said, like, they're not even aware of the issues that are there. So if the government itself of the country is not involved in the process and doesn't believe that this is a big issue, then how do you convince tech companies out there to invest in making these digitally disadvantaged communities and languages more included in the digital world? So I don't know if you want to, since we have a little bit of time here, Emery and Simon, if you wanted to touch on that, as you both have projects involved with that needs funding and maybe that provides funding. And also Dee, I want to give you a chance to respond as well to the questions. So maybe we'll go to Dee first if you want to add something to what Simon and Emery has said. And then Emery and Simon, if you want to add something about funding, please go ahead.
So I personally don't work on like entrepreneurship or like with a lot of the funding related topics. From my limited experience with international conference and other things, I do want to circle back on what Simon mentioned earlier about like training and student access, etc., etc. If they are open to learning some of the new technologies, what would be some funding resources for them? I think over the last few years, especially with the growing attention to AI and also AI for all, and there has been different scholarships and funding mechanisms for students and researchers to get involved with different technology development. The link I shared earlier, the Masaki, they have been like a great community for people to get involved to build different type of data sets for African languages. And then usually they happen together with a conference, and conference would provide like travel fund for students to get involved, etc. So I think the issue around awareness has already seen some progress in academic communities where there are workshops, conference, and travel fund for students in terms of how to get involved. And taking a step back, I think overall, we need a more voice in terms of what's missing for many, many languages in the world. I also mentioned about like finding and documenting those problems so that people who really want to contribute can actually work on those problems. Right now, there is a big information gap in terms of people who want to help and people who struggle with those language technologies. So I think those probably will also open more opportunities, either from the funding agency side or from other perspectives.
Indeed, thank you. Okay, so I'm really interested, and I think Orion Yusuf mentioned your community is in Masaki. Yeah, he mentioned asking me to join the community. So it's great that you mentioned it. I will recommend it to our African type design community to see students and other people who might be interested in participating. And also, I would like to add that usually I see, even recently, I think this month, I've seen a lot of posts of a lot of funding from, is it Melinda Foundation and other foundations like that. And the questions usually I have when I see this funding is that, and most of them are specifically, you see the headline actually targeted to indigenous languages. But then it's like I have a little bit of, when we talked about equity, right? And I'll use these two examples to show my understanding of what equity actually means to me and why I'm not kind of seeing that in type design or language development and all these about machine learning funding. I worked with Sir David Ajayi, and in the process, I've got to know their association actually does this work. Before any project they do in any community, they actually source materials within a 100-mile radius, or they source local, like they intentionally employ or local labor from that very community. Also, if you look at the tradition, I learned the tradition of the NFA, they are making it like a tradition to actually source artists to design logos that are reflected in that kind of a historical and cultural background of where the game is being played. Now, when it comes to type design, all these things we are talking about, we saw that the fundings are usually, we are seeing the fundings, but then our government, our institutions and specialists within our community, the community where that particular language is being developed, actually directly benefiting from the process. Because as I said, the digital inclusion is not only about actually saying we have encoded this ADLA, we have actually developed fund for ADLA. But it also has to do with using that funding to actually support the community itself, right? So that the work can be sustained, right? It's not something that exists within a digital space, right? So I think that is one aspect, I think, when we are talking about funding, like who is receiving the funding and where is the funding actually going? So those are some of the things I think when you talk about equity, then we are talking about funding. Those are some of the things I think we need to look at and collaboratively, right? And in terms of funding, I think there is quite a lot of corporate institutions that are really doing well in supporting, and not just even funding. When you talk about funding, it's not only the financial aspect of funding, but there are individuals who are actually benevolently devoting their services to, for example, you as a type designer, African type designer, there you easily contact any expert font engineer out there, and they easily reach out and they devote time to actually help you understand something, to actually resolve some issue. All those are aspects of our support, which I think should be encouraged as well. Not just the financial aspect of things, but being able to reach out to D and say, look, I need to understand this thing about machine learning. In fact, I contacted Happy and I was like, the issue of most African languages have what we call their linguistical nuances, right? And they have tonal complexities. And in terms of machine learning, even though I know a little bit about natural language processing, actually reading the code point and not the type we design itself. But then there are other nuances that can be read that with other Unicode code point, we should be able to insert embed certain features or within each glyph that actually help the machine to actually be able to interpret the context. For example, NGA in Dangme could mean many things, right? It could mean a door, it could mean a grass, it could mean a wrinkle in the skin. So without reading the context surrounding the text, we should be able to speed up the process of actually the machine actually rendering this thing if it knows the context of the glyph and what is embedded within it. So you see that even from type design perspective, there is some work that could be done if the right funding are given to the right people who understand their mother tongue. So that's what I can easily contribute when it comes to funding. Now I'll leave that to Emery to continue. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Simon. Actually, this is a very hard problem because as a nonprofit CEO who is struggling getting funding after so much impact, I don't even want to imagine how difficult it must be for other African organizations or organizations who are trying to do something great in Africa. So there are many reasons why this is very difficult. Number one, so this is from the investor's perspective, you are putting your eggs in different baskets, right? And if there is a higher risk in one basket, you're not going to put a lot of eggs in that basket. And in Africa, things can change very quickly. Like last year, I don't remember which month, but in 2024, I think it was in June, July, one day we wake up and the government announced that, hey, there is no more control over the rate. So the market can decide the local currencies exchange value with the foreign currencies. So imagine the night before we went to bed, $1 was about 57 birr. in the bank. The next day we woke up and $1 is now 87 birr. The next day 110 birr. The next day 125 birr. So imagine doing a business under these circumstances. So you may find yourself in a position that you get super rich in one night. Some people did that because they had some insights, because it's not like the decision was not known by anybody. But at the same time, you can find yourself on the other side of the equation, and in one night, your business can get ruined. So first of all, we need stable economies and policies from the governments. This is very important. I think like many other countries may be in a better state than Ethiopia. Ethiopia is also making very good reforms, by the way. But when there is no stability, it's going to be very hard to attract money, because there will be, more lucrative, more stable, more secure markets for the money to go in. So first, there is policy work. Number two, I think instead of expecting money from people and organizations who don't have direct interest in the country, it is better to go to people and organizations who really benefit from making things better there. So it's great that there are foundations which are trying to do good things on the continent. But again, based on my experience, I don't know how efficient they are. We have trained hundreds of software engineers in Ethiopia, like 600 plus from Ethiopia in total students that we have trained. And more than 10% of them, like now we had about 80 offers from top tech companies. So before we started, they didn't even dream. Like I talked to my first generation students. They were like, Emre, you were a nice guy. And you were teaching data structures, algorithms. We liked the topics, but we didn't believe that we could get a job at Google, Bloomberg, Amazon. So we were just coming because the things were nice. But once they start seeing some results from the previous generations, the mindset has changed. Right now, all HSP students know that they have the potential. They can do that. And even after these impressive results, in the last 5 months, we are not able to pay salaries to our employees. I put my last remaining savings, and we are giving loans to people, for their basic life necessities. So if it is this difficult to an organization that is making an immense impact, I can definitely confirm that impact doesn't attract money. Money attracts money. So if we go to people who really care about the impact in this continent, which I would say going to rich people of Africa plus diaspora, maybe more diaspora, because African people may have reasons to keep things, more inclusive to their communities, small communities. But I think diaspora can be a great way to catalyze things. Because I have also met many great Ethiopians living in the United States, living in UK, who care about their homeland. And if we can open channels to those people to invest, to give back to their communities, this can, initiate some stuff. So those are, I would say, would be the right channels. And third, there is a huge information gap. Even for us to figure out how we are going to raise funds, it took about 2 years. In the last 2 years, we have been focusing on bringing more funds. Now we are figuring out, you need to make applications to grants. You need to attend events. You need to get to know people. You need to further the conversation, make proposals. So it doesn't happen in one night. It takes so much time. And for so many organizations, the needed time can be more than how much they can tolerate. So many, let's say, startups, businesses, organizations that are making great impact may not survive these very difficult circumstances. So in that regard, my recommendation is going to be investing in fundraising as early as possible, working with professionals, building those relations, because this is a very tough problem. If you are from Africa, remember years ago, we were getting emails, right? Hey, there is this Nigerian prince who has this big money. If you now send $10,000, you'll make $2 million. So this is the image that the rest of the world has when it comes to Africa now. And we need to change this, and we will change this. because there is immense potential. There are so many brilliant minds. Just today, we have interviewed a guy. He's a self-taught programmer. He doesn't have a college degree, and he aced the interviews. He made a great job. Hopefully next week he's going to join our team. So the potential is there. But yes, governments need to make the right policies, create the environment. The diaspora and riches of Africa need to feel responsible about making impact. And the young entrepreneurs, they should start investing in understanding the fundraising world as early as possible. Because if we were doing this in any other part of the world, I'm sure then we would have been choosing which funder we should get the support of. But when you're in Africa, things are difficult. I hope this was helpful. Thank you.
It was extremely helpful, Emery. Thank you so much. So many great points raised by Dee, Simon, and Emery. Oh, my mind is like exploding right now. So thank you so much for everything that you said. Hopefully people in the audience are taking notes. We won't have a chance to really unpack a lot of the things that you said, all of you. Also, Dee, I saw your message. You have to get going. So I would love to hear from you last before you go. And then maybe Emery and Simon, if we can take one question from the audience, that would be wonderful. Dee, over to you.
Sorry, can you clarify the last question?
There was no question. If
Okay.
it was more like if there was anything that you want to add, because I know you have to get going. I don't want to take more of your time. So if there's anything you want to add.
No, I think this is great. I have to admit that I personally don't know a lot about African languages, although I have always been very fascinated by the rich diversity of language. And this session is also extremely useful for me to learn so many different perspectives. And also, I know this funding topic is it's a really important topic, and I'm glad that we bring it up and talk about that. I think this is a wonderful session. Thank you all for sharing your perspectives.
Thank you so much, Dee. So I'm gonna bring it back to Addie now. She'll be asking the last question. Again, thank you, Dee, and we'll catch up on over email. Thank you. Bye.
Right. Thank you so much. So we have a question from a member of the audience, Danyami Etire. So I would invite each panelist to answer the question. After you answer the question, please just tell us one key takeaway for the audience. Like, what one thing do you want them to remember from everything that you've said after you answer this question? That's if you want to. So here's the question. It says, the points made about collaboration and the need to involve the indigenous language speakers themselves is apt. Some remote and under-resourced languages lack basic ICT facilities such as internet or data connection. How can such languages be practically reached to allow them key in? So that's the question. So answer the question and then give us one key takeaway that we can take from your presentation and what you said. Thank you. Simon, you want to start?
Yes, let me try and answer that question. So I know now if fiber-optic kind of internet services are on the loop, I'm trying to remember the current one, which is receiving much audience in Ghana. But then I think there should be that. Sorry, please.
Is that Starlink?
So yes, Starlink, good. So I think government, there is I think we have a center, I forgot the center, but it's close to Asahi University, where they need to kind of work with maybe Starlink to kind of expand the broadband to kind of rural areas, especially because in the cities, of course, people are able to access internet, even though it's expensive in most of the network providers. I think it will be very important for all African governments to kind of invest in collaborative institutions like I'll keep mentioning UNESCO and the rest to expand the broadband access to internet to rural areas or indigenous or underserved communities. So that's the best way they can actually, because we are talking about digital inclusion, but no matter how we have gotten everything done, if people can actually access these resources online, even in if the resources are actually today in their native language, still they can access to be able to access it online. So that's also a major issue. So I think the work that needs to be done is the work that has to be done. Like there needs to be expansion of internet access to rural areas.
Okay, so
I think
the last question.
sorry.
What do you want?
Yeah,
what do you want
sorry.
the audience to take away with them? What just one thing that you want the audience to take away from all that you've said?
Yes, I think so. From all that I said, I think digital inclusion is also an issue of a collaborative effort, and what that means is that whoever you are, whether you are not, you might not even understand what you are doing. Your role here is, you see, sometimes we're talking about you speak your own native language or your mother tongue, but you are not able to actually type or write on internet. We usually communicate using the Latin alphabet when you are tweeting and chatting all the time. Only few people I see them actually writing in their own language, and when I see that, sometimes screenshot, it's just beautiful. Some of the scripts are just beautiful, and I think we all have a role to play. So one thing I personally got from Mife's presentation is that we are part of the problem. That's one thing I wrote down. So I think that's one thing for all the participants, the audience, that we are part, wherever you are part of the problem. So you have to play a role. You have to be, now we have ChatGPT, we have Grok, we have all this, and try your best to understand some of these things that have been discussed here. That's the only way, because before going to Yale, I have passion for all these things, but I don't understand what's actually happening. And my questions are always wrong because I was looking at it from a different perspective until I met the right people who exposed me to the communities that are discussing them. Like, oh, then the problem is actually solvable. It's not something like we can actually solve. So it's like by taking an initiative to actually understand. And you can begin that by actually working with even your immediate community. How do you gather children around to teach them something in their native tongue? For example, my project in digitizing, creating a font for Dangme, the whole goal was just to create a font for Dangme. But I went beyond that. I went to actually try to help, because that's the one problem, as I mentioned from the beginning, is that the institution, like we have the Bureau of Ghana Language, the language institution in Ghana, and the traditional leaders, they don't even understand these things. So we actually have to call all the Ministry of Education, the Tourism and Culture, all these people were present and at a grand opening where we were able to explain some of these concepts. And even a linguist from Yale, Dr. Jason Shaw, came with his machines to actually record 12 participants who speak Dangme, where this is the first time in Africa they are able to use the electromagnetic actigraph to record native, and they were so happy and understand that, oh, so there is more work beyond just having a standardized orthography for Dangme. So you see that it's about reaching out. It's about wherever you are, wherever skill you have to play a role. In fact, most of the work some of us are doing is just born out of passion. Sometimes we have to even forego some official jobs because we really felt like we need to help. Some of us see these things like our God-given activity work that we need to do. And I think you also have a role to play. So that's one thing I think I'll leave the audience with. And I'll leave the audience also with a quote from W.E. Du Bois, since we celebrated his birthday just last week. So he said something which I won't read the whole quote, but just a short one that speaks to this conversation we are having here. He said that we should measure the prosperity of a nation by the number of people who can and do read worthwhile books. So when you talk about worthwhile books, it means these books should be in our native indigenous language and mother tongue, so that everybody can actually be able to read. A typical example is Adlan. We saw what happened to Adlan. The Fulani community were actually speaking in this language, but then the invention of the Adlan and the digital inclusion, the whole work that went on, actually see the progress that was going on within that community. So I think it's something that we all have to play a role. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, over to you, Emre.
Thank you, Eddie. So I want to give an example from my life to showcase the importance of education. My mother is a housewife, and her brother, my uncle, he is the CTO of the largest enterprise software company in Turkey. So my grandparents took my mom from school because there was some political instability in the country. Plus, they thought it would be great if she helps to my grandma. And she's an amazing person, very smart, but her contribution to the world is limited to her contributions to her close circle. And my uncle, he has changed a lot, and he has been an inspiration for many people, including myself. So, like in my family, in my uncle, in myself, I have seen the importance of education. So I love thinking of the world without borders. We are all in Earth. We didn't choose which country we were born to, which culture, which parents we were born to. But by choosing smart next actions, we can actually change the future. Nothing great happens in one night, so everything happens one step at a time. So we talked about some very important problems that we know they are not going to be solved over the night. But just because they are difficult and they are not going to be solved in one day, we shouldn't give up on working on them. And we should focus on the next step. Because eventually, when we take consistent steps, we are going to get to the solutions, one after another. So I am extremely bullish for the future of Africa. And to make future now, we all have responsibility, regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of our location. There is something we can do. And if we think about that, if we just focus on the next step, I'm sure everybody is going to find some actionable items for themselves. So thanks for organizing this. Thanks for bringing all these great people and bringing attention on these important problems for many, many people. I am very happy to be here. Back to you at the end, Avishta.
All right. Thank you very much, Emre. So, Avishta, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. I didn't know if we would have time or not. I just wanted to say a big thank you to our audience. I know we went over time. Obviously, a massive thank you to Emre and Simon for sticking around. Thank you for giving us an extra 10 minutes of your extremely valuable time. I want to say, to acknowledge our interpreters. You may have seen on the screen, there are many interpreters working behind the scenes to make this conversation available globally in French and for other speakers in English as well. So thank you so much to our interpreters. They've been doing an amazing job over the 5 days of the conference, and you will be for the next couple of days as well. Thank you, Simon, Emery, Ming-Fei, and Dee, who are not here with us anymore, but thank you so much for being a part of this amazing conversation. I have learned a lot. I think not necessarily my biggest takeaway, but one of them that's like stuck in my mind right now, Emery, what you said, impact does not lead to money, money leads to more money. I mean, say that again and unpack that. This is crazy that impact does not lead to money. But I mean, I have some reflection to do on this and a lot of the things that you've said, Simon and Emery and Dee and Ming-Fei as well. I just want to say thank you so much to you, to Tom, Professor Thomas Mullaney from Stanford for putting this together. He's amazing. As you know, I'm still getting to know him and looking forward to working with him more closely, AFLC and Silicon at Stanford University. And again, thank you for Silicon for sponsoring the event. Thank you to Adi for being an amazing co-moderator. And yeah, just thank you to everyone. And I believe Adi has a couple more things to add towards the end. So I'll leave it up to her. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just to mention tomorrow's sessions, tomorrow we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 sessions from 10 a.m. GMT to until 3:20 a.m. GMT. The first one is titled Machine Translation in Language Practice. Is a panel discussion. The next one is also a panel discussion on the theme Loss of Traditional Medicinal Knowledge Through the Loss of Indigenous Languages. Very interesting, I believe. The next one is an individual presentation, and it's going to be in French. And the title is Platform Mousse, la voix d'Afrique intelligente. The next one is a panel discussion. It's on the misrepresentation of African languages in digital spaces. And the last session for tomorrow is an individual presentation, and it's going to be on evolving educational strategies in the age of artificial intelligence. Once again, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to our interpreters. They've done an amazing job. We are grateful to all of you, and we're looking forward to continuing the conversation tomorrow. Please use the same link to join again the session tomorrow. Thank you and have a great evening. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.